Honorable members. Honorable members, when the business of this House suspended for the luncheon break, the Honorable Member for Long Island had the floor. The chair now recognizes the Honorable Member for Long Island.
Speaker, thank you. Before we break for the luncheon hour, I discussed our achievements in Long Island, given an update on our airport, waterworks that have been undertaken on the island, the various office openings, various initiatives funded by the constituency fund, and various other areas that were progressive and indicative of the government's plan to move Long Island forward. Speaker, I will wrap that portion now and move along. Mr. Speaker, Long Island is in need of several Ministry of Finance officers, most certainly random Ministry of Finance checks. The second homeowners who are selling homes, and then the new owners failing to report those homes, thereby avoiding real property tax. We have others who are purchasing homes and defrauding government by simply not stating the true value of the property. And yet, there are those who are purchasing several homes and operating an all-inclusive resort without changing the status from residential to commercial, or for that matter, pursuing the necessary approvals. So, and then you have others who are engaging in businesses traditionally reserved for Bahamians. So this must be looked into by the Ministry of Finance. I was pleased to hear that the government has taken a view to charging VAT and some of the full rental and the commission of these homes when they are put on Airbnb and so on. Mr. Speaker, I also want to applaud the road traffic staff at Long Island, but in so doing, I want to separate them from road traffic in New Providence. Because I have a serious critique for road traffic in New Providence, in that Long Island business houses, even my business, we're being kept at bay, we're losing funds because they aren't issuing the FP plate for Long Island. What it has done is had a negative impact on business, so much so that some persons are now operating their vehicles to meet their commitments without plates. I'm always perplexed at how persons can sit in New Providence and make decisions whilst being totally disconnected from a place, make decisions that impact others' lives. Speaker, I also want to note we need additional taxis and 4 plates in Long Island when the time comes, particularly as we are getting a new international airport. As I conclude this portion on Long Island, I want to note, Mr. Speaker, that I had a chat with the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture recently, and I told him of the sad state of affairs of youth, sports and culture on the island. Unfortunately, the mini sporting leagues are non-existent. Youth and culture initiatives are unseen unless initiated by the schools themselves. We would like to participate.
Honorable Member, honorable members, I'm being informed that the Parliamentary channel is experiencing some technical difficulties, and we would need to suspend for approximately 5 minutes. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Southern Shore.
Of the House suspend for 10 minutes.
Honorable members, has been moved and seconded that the business of this House be suspended for 10 minutes. Many are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The business of this House stands suspended for approximately 10 minutes. Good afternoon once again, honorable members. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Long Island as he continues his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, before the luncheon hour, I had discussed the airport in Long Island, the progress of our waterworks, given an update on various constituency-related initiatives we've been undertaking to progress and advance Long Island and its people. So I conclude that to move on to the next part of this presentation. So, Speaker, prior to the technical issues, I was stating that I am requesting random check to the Ministry of Finance and also the posting of Ministry of Finance officers, given that we have second homeowners, persons coming to Long Island, selling homes, but never recording the sale of these homes to a new owner, and thereby avoiding paying real property taxes. I noted that homes are being purchased and persons are defrauding the government by simply not stating the true value of the property. And you have several homes or several persons who have purchased several homes and operate unregistered, all-inclusive resorts without changing the status from residential to commercial or even pursuing the necessary approvals. I also indicated that carrying out their review, finance and maybe other agencies would be able to clamp down on those persons who are engaging in businesses that are reserved for Bahamians, particularly those persons on the mark in Long Island. The Speaker, the Road Traffic Department in Long Island, worthy of applause. They're newly opened, the persons are finding their footing, but they're doing a great job. However, the real challenge is road traffic in New Providence, where the failure to issue FD plates has a negative impact on local businesses. These plates cause operators to miss or not meet their commitments and or to use their vehicles, as has been seen on the island, without tags. I'm perplexed, Mr. Speaker, at how people living in New Providence can make decisions totally disconnected from the realities on the ground without a second thought, the welfare and the impact on islanders. There's also a need for additional taxi and toll plates, particularly as we move towards a new international airport. I'd indicated earlier that I had a chat with the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture and expressed to him some of my concerns relative to sports, youth issues and culture on the island. And unfortunately, our community doesn't have any sporting leagues at the moment, non-existent. And frankly, youth and culture initiatives are unseen unless initiated by the schools themselves. We want to participate in junior jump canoe as well. Long Island, Mr. Speaker, does not have a fixed commercial bank, and I recognize that our island cannot be unbanked. So as I move on to the next chapter of this presentation, I'm inviting the Bank of the Bahamas to consider Long Island as an option. I've written to various parties, reference that, and I look forward to a positive response. Lastly, I'm a bit disappointed that the local government allocation has not increased. It remains at $640,000, and I believe that with the expansion of Long Island and the activities happening on the ground, that allocation should increase from $640,000, where it's been for many years now, certainly throughout my term, to a little higher than that. Mr. Speaker, now turn my attention to the Water and Sewage Corporation, which I've had the pleasure to have charge for the last 3 budgets. I was not yet appointed during the 2017 budget, but we've embarked upon a reformist agenda at WSC. And I want to begin by acknowledging the Board of Directors, the Deputy Chair, Dion Wallace-Whitfield, George Carey, Bennett Minnis, Nicola Russell-Pettigan, and Mr. Carl Oliver. I also want to acknowledge the General Manager, Sir Elwood Donaldson, and the entire executive team at the Water and Sewage Corporation. Indeed, teamwork makes the dream work. Mr. Speaker, the last year has been challenging for us. Although this year has been slightly better, 2021 has also been challenging. Obviously, we've been beset by the COVID-19 pandemic and the continued recovery and reconstruction efforts in Abaco as a result of Hurricane Dorian. We are further constrained by the fact that we are unable to disconnect due to our caring government's mandate. which is to preserve our people's health given the pandemic and ensure that the water is available for persons to maintain their hygiene. Despite our constraints, Mr. Speaker, we've managed to keep water on throughout the length and breadth of the Bahamas, and no one can say that they've been disconnected from March 2020 to present day. That said, the unprecedented challenges we have faced are due to a combination of circumstances, including a substantial reduction in cash collection due to Hurricane Dorian, the loss of Abaco's the loss of WSC's second highest revenue generator, that's Abaco, greatly impacted our cash flow. Abaco's cash collection decreased by 80% from 2.185 million year to date, December 2019, to 427,000 for the same period, 2020. Note also that in 2021, though, there's a slight increase in Abaco cash collections from 90,000 year to date, that's up to May 2020, to 207,000 year to date, May 2021. That amount is nevertheless significantly less than Abaco's collection in previous years, which stood at some 1.32 million at this point, particularly as the 2019 number. COVID-19, Mr. Speaker, has had a devastating impact on WSC's cash flow. There's an overall decrease in cash collections of 11.5 million, or 19%, from 60.8 million year-to-date 2019 to 49.3 million for the same period of 2020. Additionally, there's a decrease in 2021 cash collection of 24%, or 5.7 million, from 21.4 million year-to-date May 2020 to 17 million year-to-date May 2021. So, Mr. Speaker, the directive to cease the disconnections upon the onset of COVID has resulted in a shortfall in residential customers' accounts for the period March to December 2020 of 11.46 million. So the year-to-date shortfall given that directive from January to present day was another 1.5 million. Mr. Speaker, the reduction in cash collection has resulted in an increase in WSC accounts receivable, and our accounts receivables have grown from 38.7 million in January 2020 to 45.5 million in May 2021. This is an increase of 6.8 million, or 18%. The received balance, or the receivable balance outstanding to WSC by government as at May 31st, 2021 is 4.37 million. The reduction in cash flow has also resulted in an increase in WSC accounts payable. As at the end of May, WSC had a total outstanding to vendors of 34.6 million. And that includes 25.8 million that is outstanding for water purchases. Mr. Speaker, the total cost for water purchases in 2018 was 31.4 million, 31.8 million in 2019, and 29.1 million in 2020. This, of course, does not factor in the shortfall. Because, you can pay something costs $10 and you pay $5, you still owe $5. Of course, we have a pension liability as well. The total pension liability at the 31st December 2020 stood at 81.1 million. Mr. Speaker, a spark of encouragement, however, is the 782 new customers that have been added over this period. Relative to the pension liability, the board is we will be looking at hiring an actuary and seeing what can be done to improve that situation. Mr. Speaker, in recent months, WSC and the government have been placed in a most unfortunate position by an oral provider. The provider has repeatedly threatened to cut water supply, even during a pandemic, and has demonstrably carried out threats in central Eleuthera and cutbacks in south Eleuthera. In recent months, there was a threat to cut the water supply to south Eleuthera, San Salvador, and Inagua. In a most unusual turn of events, this provider also embarked upon a local public relations smear campaign, having foreign-based agents appear on local TV and radio, social media, as well as distributing flyers to the local populace of each of the islands while placing blame on WSC. Mr. Speaker, the facts are that the Inagua contract ended in 2018, El Salvador in 2019 and South Lutra in 2020. They were all month to month. And the company had been given notice in each instance that WSC would move on. When our new plants arrived and were delivered to the various locations, that appears to have triggered a response, and the most recent threats began. Quite honestly, we'd been in communications with the local manager who told myself and the general manager on a joint telecon that all they needed was a letter stating a fixed period that we would need them for before we transitioned to our plants, and an undertaking that we would address balances. This was provided. However, the goalpost kept moving. Only in what we could all have concluded was an attempt to force us to enter into a long-term contract, a new one. Ultimately, a 6-month agreement was arrived at with the assistance of the Ministry of Finance, Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, that would see the receivables paid down and current bills paid up. We look forward to a seamless transition. Meanwhile, WSC is installing its new plant in Salvador, Inagua, and South Lutra. For far too long, WSC has been paying absurd amounts to get this, buy back our own water from foreign providers. The contracts are absurd. And you have a situation where WSC owns the land, pays the electricity for the production of the water, provides coverage for the work permits and customs exemptions, in some cases even pays for the drilling of the wells, for the construction of the buildings for the plants to be in if they're not in containers, for consumables, etc. Mr. Speaker, since coming to office, it was discovered that many of these reverse osmosis suppliers benefited from lucrative contracts to the disadvantage of the corporation and ultimately the Bahamian people. From 1996 to present, the Water and Sewage Corporation has paid more than $395 million to privately owned reverse osmosis suppliers, all foreign owned. The corporation has therefore undergone a major policy shift towards WSC owning and operating reverse osmosis plants, saving the corporation millions of dollars. The average purchase cost per plant is $306,000 with a 1.3 million imperial gallon per day capacity. With $395 million, Mr. Speaker, I could put a plant in every settlement in the Bahamas and have change left over. Of the $395 million, $302,489,398.60 has been paid to consolidated water. $60 million to Aqua Design, $11.2 million to water makers, $1.7 million to Clearview, $7.3 million to Matrix, $1.1 million to TSG. We now own that plant. $9.9 million to Bimini Bay Water, and $823,000 plus the Bimini Bay, so the Bimini Water Services. So one is Bimini Bay Water and one is Bimini Water Services. And then you have another $490,000 plus paid to Consolidated Water Bimini. Today, the corporation owns and operates plants in Sweetensky. That'll be updated at the end of the summer. Mars Island and Ragged Island, where we recently doubled the capacity last month. We are completing installations for plants in Edmondsky, in Salvador, Inagua, and South Lutra. We come back to that. This is some of our plants. Inspection of some of these plants in different islands in the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, a new plant is being built for Crooked Island, and we expect that to come this week. We expect to complete and commission all these plants by the end of the summer. We have hired oral specialist engineers and technicians and developed a rigorous maintenance plan that will be codified by policy. We expect to save millions per year via these operations. This is up from a figure of zero at the beginning of the administration. Mr. Speaker, we've undertaken major works throughout the Family Island. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, not only have we done it throughout the Family Islands, but also in the Providence. Thus far, we've executed a $26.7 million loan by the Caribbean Development Bank. And I can tell you that so far, we've spent some $21.6 million of that amount, carrying out works in Pinewood Gardens, $2.2 million, Coral Lakes, Splash Boat Screen Hill, $1.26 million, in Salvador, $1.4 million. I addressed Long Island earlier. Mr. Speaker, the South Andros works are ready to commission, and we will be turning on water in South Andros before the end of the month. And I know that the Prime Minister and the DPM, we will be inviting them to be there. So the Minister Administration will be bringing water to South Andros. The first time in South Andros, we laid some 140,000 feet of pipe, so 450 service connections, and 1,100 beneficiaries at a cost of 6.58 million. We've also done some other work in South Andros, upgraded the Bluff Wellfield supply. We've seen the completion of new means in Nicholstown, Mastic Point, Kongstown. We've upgraded the operational valves and wellfield pipings and associated fittings to improve operational efficiency and service reliability in places like Bowen Town, Central Andros. We've also installed storage tanks in places like Cargill Creek, Central Andros, and procured new chlorination systems. And the Lutra, we've refurbished the Bogue well fields, completed the upgrade of the distribution system on Harbor Island to eliminate poor water circulation and improve water quality. We've installed a new pumping station and piping and distribution pump for all of North Lutra to complement the completion of that new plant that was recently brought on stream. And we are completing offices in Governor's Harbor. We just opened a new commercial office in Governor's Harbor. Carried on a number of service lateral upgrades in Central Lutra. In Exuma, we are improving the distribution system that is being completed to complement the road paving program in coordination with the Ministry of Works. These plans are currently being made for some $1.7 million worth of works. We have a team on the ground at present sounding various communities of Exuma. They have a major leak there. So I want the people of Exuma to know that when your water pressure cuts back at night, that's because of that major leak. Team is on the ground trying to find that leak to address that and improve your water situation. We've also, we were the first agency to immediately replace plant or any infrastructure Ragged Island. We've since doubled the capacity of that reverse osmosis plant in Ragged Island. Well, obviously, this is the Ragged Island plant, reverse osmosis plant in Ragged Island. And Mr. Speaker, Crooked Island is at substantial completion. We laid some 22 plus thousand feet of pipe, some 80 service connections, and 200 beneficiaries at the cost of 1.7 million. A new RO plant is expected to arrive this week, and we will be turning on water in Crooked Island in the coming weeks. Speaker, in Megwana, we installed the Myers pump in Abrahams Bay and carried out various other works, portable generator, distribution upgrades. The same in Acklands, where we improved the water tanker delivery in areas like Hard Hill. Implemented or installed new valves in the high tank at Lovely Bay, etc. And in Inagua, we have completed the replacement of all service laterals to improve pressure at a cost of $306,000, as well as means extension to the order of $165,000. And in Salvador, we've completed a new office for better customer service for new customers as a result of the new water main that was completed under the CDB project and commissioned in early 2019. I'm sure you all would remember the photo of myself and the member for Cat Island. The Speaker in Bimini we commenced a reverse osmosis supply from a new service provider at a reduced price cost for the cost of saving us hundreds of thousands per annum. Abaco, Mr. Speaker, since Hurricane Dorian, we have paid a lot of attention to Abaco. Our emergency response to Abaco, our restoration efforts, have been extensive. System maintenance, especially with the absence of DPL power. Mr. Speaker, we've now revamped our system, issued contracts to the tune of some 15.7 million. Additional work are yet to be awarded. And that's not including the treasury and Spring City Storage, which I know that the government is looking to embark on a venture with the private sector. Major works, though, are undertaken. We're undertaken in Marsh Harbor. We are 85% complete at the Marsh Harbor pumping station in Wellfield, including a new 1.5 million imperial gallon storage tank, the biggest in any family island. New pumping station, generator building and auxiliary building, new standby generator for the pumping station in Wellfield, and a new hybrid power blending system to maximize solar energy usage, including a 216 kilowatt solar system in the well field and a 120 kilowatt solar system at the pumping station. These works will also be commissioned by midsummer 2021. The PM is going to have a busy schedule. We have major improvements to the Marsh Harbor water distribution system as well. They are 85% complete, and WSC is scoping additional possible works for Eastern Shores and Central Pines. Major improvements to the Treasure Key water distribution system are now substantially complete. Major restoration works, Green Turtle Key, new customer service office and pumping station building are now substantially complete. We are also constructing, or we are pretty much completed a 750,000 imperial gallon Treasure Key storage tank. We expect that too to be completed and commissioned in midsummer of 2021. Other improvements to Abago, new fleet vehicles and heavy plants, repairs to the Green Turtle Key storage tank, and construction of a new 120,000 imperial gallon storage tank on Grand Key. Like I said earlier, the government is exploring a PPP solution for the Treasure Key storage rehabilitation. And hopefully any PPP solution may also include Spring City. We are looking at works at the new office site and staff operations for Treasure Key and how best we can quickly roll out these various initiatives. Mr. Speaker, all of our new water storage tanks are designed to withstand 200-mile-per-hour winds when empty. All buildings are being elevated. New standby generators are being installed in elevated plinths, etc. Cat Island. And so before I get there, Mr. Speaker, this is a representation of our works in Abaco. Abaco. Abaco, you're on your way. Cat Island. I know they thought I forgot Cat Island. They thought I forgot you. Not a chance. Mr. Speaker, this is the Cat Island we met. I wish I had the photo of the old lady carrying the water on her head when I first visited in 2018. This is the Cat Island we met. You got a 2 standpipes and a drum here, and that was the system. And Mr. Speaker, this is the Cat Island today. Cat Island today. Mr. Speaker, Cat Island is moving and steadily progressing with 10,660 feet of pipe. It's 127,920 inches being installed. You know, this was specially bought from Cat Island. I wanted to give this as a souvenir to the member, but he isn't here today. It's a special Cat Island pipe bought from down home. Mr. Speaker, I'll rest it on his side. The completion of the inaugural water supply works will be concluded in January 2022. This is the first time piped water will be supplied in Cat Island. So, Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the member for Cat Island, Ramkin Sal, will attend that grand commissioning ceremony. Hundreds of people will benefit, Mr. Speaker. We can never do everything in every place all at once. Not even my constituency, not any of my colleagues. But we do it incrementally. We did hundreds Other people did 0. And that's the difference. Mr. Speaker, in response to a challenge by the Prime Minister when he came down to Cat Island, the corporation is also preparing the preliminary design for the balance of works for Cat Island, for which we will hear more about in the near future. Mr. Speaker, in New Providence, Mr. Speaker, WSC carries out approximately 2.6 million in water distribution system improvement every year to maintain and improve the level of service to our valued customers. We continue to work with the Ministry of Works in executing its paving program. Mr. Prime Minister, Member for Kalani, I can tell you that Tropical Gardens is complete and ready for paving. Major works are also nearing completion, Mr. Speaker, in Nassau Village. So that will be ready for paving. Upcoming works in New Providence include, but are not limited to, Bamboo, Pinewood Boulevard, Otto Avenue, Barclay Avenue, Acadian Place, Kenya Avenue, and Donahue Terrace. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you in conjunction with the Office of the Prime Minister, the first phase of the Over the Hill project to increase the number of residents connected to potable water, city water, is substantially completed along Quaco Street. The next phase will commence shortly along Bowler Avenue. Other streets planned will be Philness Close and Sea Spray Lane. So Main and Grantstown and Farm Road, you're on the way. The initial pilot project of $355,000 to assess residents' willingness to connect with government assistance was undertaken. That is to connect to the city water supply. It is anticipated that the final investments will be some $2.7 million, and that is projected to include new connections for over 1,000 residents in the Over the Hill area who do not have city water supply, and the reconnection of some 1,650 residents who are presently disconnected from the city water supply. Mr. Speaker, in the coming months, we have a number of commissioning. We'll be commissioning Long Island, lots 1 and 2, Long Island, lots 3 and 4, South Andrews, Crooked Island, Cat Island, Marsh Harbor, Abaco, Pumping Station and Solar Field, South Eleuthera, reverse osmosis, and Salvador, reverse osmosis, Inagua, reverse osmosis, Moores Island, reverse osmosis, Sweetens Key, Treasure Key, Abaco Pumping Station, Green Turtle Key Pumping Station, and the New Providence IDB funded sewer work that is in Fox Hill, Airport Industrial Park, Domingo Gardens, and Malcolm Park. 4 sewer lift stations at the cost of $16 million. Mr. Speaker, we'll also be commissioning the Ragged Island reverse osmosis plant. Speaker, we also have some future works lined up for the Family Island. That is the completion. We hope to get full generator capacity in all the Family Islands and to upgrade our offices and facilities in Maguana, Berry Islands, and South Andrews. We're also looking to refurbish the North Andrews pumping station at a cost of $94,000. To refurbish the Mangrove Key Old Main, cost of $150,000, and to undertake a phase 1 upgrade of various North and Central Andrews well field and storage sites, including Fresh Creek, Mastic Point, Stafford, and Staniel Creek. In Exuma, Mr. Speaker, we are coordinating with the Ministry of Works to replace pipes in Georgetown, the cost of $1.7 million, to establish a new operations and office compound in Exuma, and to upgrade the wastewater plant to service the harbor and the fish fry. In Eleuthera, Mr. Speaker, our future works will take us to expand the water storage facilities in central Eleuthera and to complete a new pumping station at the Naval Base Station. In Maguana, we're looking to replace all of the old service laterals to reduce non-revenue water and leaks at a cost of $108,000. And in Crooked Island, we're looking to install 2 new booster stations to complement a new RO plant that's being installed. In Long Island, we are also looking to carry out some small works, Mr. Speaker, and some transmission mains in central Long Island, and so on. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I want to note that last week sometime, even prior to that, I heard a reference to an individual who's been a member of our line staff. Mr. Speaker, this individual decided to become a politician and has been placed on leave. Sir, everyone knows that whenever someone ventures into politics and they hold a government job, the honorable and mandated power has been to resign. Frankly, depending on the policies of the private sector, Mr. Speaker, companies in the private sector also call upon one to do the same. In this case, the industrial agreement at Article 1311 itself reads, and I quote, employees vying for national election be given time off without pay to prepare for the same. Such persons are to resume their duties within 1 month after the election if unsuccessful. It's much better than elsewhere where you're called upon to outright resign. So, Speaker, everyone knows that once their nomination by a major political party is announced, there's a path to be taken. I note that some in the PLP want to conveniently bend the rule for some, but demand enforcement of the rule for others. And Mr. Speaker, I conclude by saying this. Bahamians need not forget the PLP's charter for governance, the great PLP hoax, promises and empty rhetoric about initiatives and projects that never materialize. Just how those pipes in Cat Island never materialized. Everyone here, I'm sure, remembers Operation Ceasefire, or promises to renationalize BTC and sell 9% of the government shares to the public, or Operation Home Restoration, a 10-point plan to mitigate home foreclosures, or promised inner city violence breakers who would reduce crime, or the promise to double the budget in education, or the one that was for free electricity, all pipe dreams. So, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I want to wish a happy Father's Day to all of the fathers of my constituency and across the Bahamas. And I would particularly like to wish my grandfather and my father a happy Father's Day. Mr. Speaker, I give my full-throated support to this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Fort Charlotte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by saying that I wish to temper the expectations of all those who will be tuning in and expecting some big fireworks today. Today, I'm going to be true to myself. I've heard speaking with a few colleagues, and sometimes you have to listen around and hear when God is trying to tell you something. I'm going to be true to myself today, who I am, and not what anyone expects of me. A few days back, I made a post on my Facebook page, and this is what it said. Be careful that you don't become slaves to other people's opinions of who you are or who you should be. Live life, love, and learn that God's matter, or opinion matters more. Now, before I jump into my presentation, Mr. Speaker, I would like to send my thoughts and prayers and well wishes to Aunt Jane Samuda Fernanda. You know, many of us in here are very familiar with Jane Fernanda. She considers herself to be an honorary parliamentarian. And, you know, because of the pandemic and us not having business in the gallery, she's not been able to attend. But, you know, every effort she had, she was, you know, she tried to be present in some way. And I'm sending out my thoughts and prayers and well wishes to Aunt Jane and her family as she recovers from a very unfortunate accident a few weeks back. So I just want to wish her a speedy recovery. Now, Mr. Speaker, Barack Obama was giving what I believe was his first address to Congress. This was about 9 months into his first term. During the speech, he was heckled and booed and called a liar. Not once, but twice on national television. If you ever see the playback, Mr. Speaker, President Obama stopped
He looked over to where the call was coming from, and all he said in that direction is not true. And he continued on with his speech. See, I was actually watching that speech at the time it happened, Mr. Speaker, and because this was the first black president of the United States. I think the whole world must have been watching at the time when he was called a liar. And the senator who did it probably thought he was being cute. What he did when he called the president a liar was egregious in all sense of the word. Talking to the president of the United States. Simply put, this was a flagrant sign of disrespect. Speaker, I think the whole world felt it for President Obama. It was remarkable to watch. But more than anything else, Mr. Speaker, it was President Obama's response to the offender at the time and in the aftermath that was even more remarkable. When the president was asked about the situation, this was his response. He said, "I'm a big believer in the idea that we all make mistakes." Said he apologized quickly, referring to the senator who made the comment. And I appreciated that. I do think that we have to get to a point where we can have a conversation about big, important issues that matter to the American people without vitriol, without name calling, without the assumption about the worst in other people's motive. We all are Americans, he said. We all want the best for our country. We have different ideas, but for the most part, we all have the same aims. That people who work hard in this country and who act responsible are able to get a good job, good wages, raise their families, make sure that those kids have a good education, and that they are protected from misfortune or accidents by having health care and retirement security in place. He said, we want to keep people safe, and our goal is generally the same. He went on to conclude that most Americans are turned off when they see people using wild accusations, false claims, name calling, sharply ideological approaches to solving problems. He said they want pragmatism. They want people to stay focused on the job. He said the media could be a little helpful by not giving all the attention to the loudest or shrillest voices and try to stay focused on the issue at hand. This was incredible leadership in action, Mr. Speaker. This was an example of matured leadership at its purest. The ability to be insulted, slighted, injured in front of millions, but yet still have the ability to forgive and move on to more important things in life. And that's life itself. People's lives are at stake in this country today, Mr. Speaker, and they need our attention. They don't need us to be hogging up or trying to be the attention. 4 years ago, I had the wonderful privilege of being elected to this historic place by the good people of Fort Charlotte. If I remember correctly, I do remember correctly, I was at my grandmother's bedside as the results were coming in. And when they announced that I had won, I remember telling my grandmother, your grandson is the member of Parliament for Fort Charlotte. She was 102 at the time. And all she did was give a little smile and she nodded her head. She probably knew what I didn't. You know, at that age, she could probably see into the beyond, and she knew what I was in for. But I was glad to know that she, most of all, had lived long enough to see her hard work pay off. So each time I get in this place and I express my gratitude to the people of Fort Charlotte for affording me the opportunity, for making me a better person, I generally meant it. This has been an amazing 4 going on 5 years. It won't be long now, and I'll be graduating with my PhD in Bahamian politics and other. It won't be long now, and I'll be graduating with my PhD in Bahamian politics and other tricks from the University of the Government of the Bahamas. And anyone who has ever completed a bachelor's degree, master's degree, or PhD knows how it feels when it's almost over. It's an exciting period. I'll never forget this experience, and I'll always be indebted to the people of my community for allowing me to share God's gifts and talents and his knowledge and his wisdom with them, and for them sharing the same with me. For some reason unknown to me, my party has elected not to renominate me. So this could possibly be my final contribution to a budget with this administration and in this honorable place. So for the time that I have remaining, it is my wish that I and we can regain our focus and get back to the business of doing what is best for this country. Trying to make sure that people who work hard in this country and act responsible are able to get a good job and get back to the business of raising their families, making sure that the children have a good education and that they're protected from misfortunes and accidents by having health care security in place, and that they all can be safe from harm, that they can contribute to the advancement of this country, grow old and retire with dignity and grace. That's what our focus should be. And until my time is up in this place, Mr. Speaker, then I say goodbye for the final time, whether it's in this term or some term later on down in the future. And every step in between, that should be our focus. And note, I have not made any deals with or accepted any offers from the FNM, the PLP, the DNA, or any other political party. And I hope that I don't mess up anybody's good stories with that truth. But no, I will not be running as an independent, at least not today. But let me do say that the Prime Minister did call me following the exchange, and I appreciated that. It was the right gesture. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? Even if the Prime Minister, Member of Kalani, didn't call or reach out, that wouldn't have changed the situation and wouldn't have meant that my life was over. So what if I didn't get a nomination for the next general election? That doesn't mean my life is over. Or ratification. Doesn't mean either way that my life will be over. These things are just a part of life. Circumstances that are out of our control, that come our way from the minute we leave the womb to the time we return to the grave for the final time, close our eyes for the final time. No need to be ashamed. I wasn't. No need for anyone to feel sorry for me. I'm not. No need for me or anyone to worry, particularly about what other people may think. I won't, and you don't have to either. This is just life. Miles Monroe famously says, the picture you have of yourself will determine how you respond to life and life situation. See this little boy right here, Mr. Speaker? See this little boy right here? This little man right here, he's come through many hard trials. Sawyer Studios, you know how long this is. But this little fella right here has come through many hard trials. Hard trials has been his life. He didn't get here because the road was easy. He has so many stories he could tell you about how he made it over. And one thing you can always get a sense of when you hear him tell it in the short 56 years that he's lived on this earth, he has come to appreciate that despite trials, his life has been one amazing journey full of incredible lessons along the way. You know, Mr. Speaker was around this same age, and we'll put him down for a little while. But it was around this same age that this little boy lit a match and threw it in the gas tank of a car. Just curious as to what would happen around the same age. And when the fire came out, the hole, he tried to blow it out. And his whole face was engulfed in flames. Lost every piece of hair on his face and even some in front of his head. See that here? You see, the good thing about it is, though, Mr. Speaker, God restored him back to his original self and kept a smile on his face. Don't let that cute smile fool you, Mr. Speaker. He was stubborn, hard-headed, rude, and unruly, and he had a hard mouth. He wasn't scared to talk back. He wasn't scared to take a beating, and he was never good at taking ill treatment. 10 years old, living on Columbus Avenue in Freeport, didn't like how his mother treated him, so he packed up a suitcase and walked from Columbus Avenue up Settlers Way, down to the East Mall to the airport. At 10 years old, he was on the tarmac. He was determined to get someone at the charter flight ramp to take him to his aunt in Miami, even though he didn't know where she lived, or his grandmother in Nassau. He was just done with perceived bad treatment. But at the same time, everyone would tell you, this troublesome little boy, probably one of the most well-mannered young fellas you would ever meet. That's how he was brought up. Most of his life, this is who he was, a well-mannered, hard-mouthed young fella. Then he started to grow up, Mr. Speaker. It was around 1986. It was around 1986. He was walking on Bay Street. He was walking on Bay Street, right around where McDonald's is. And as he was walking, this young fella, couldn't have been any more than about 16, approached him and stopped him and asked him if he was Mark Hume. He told him yes. He asked him if he went to SAC. He said yes. Asked if he was a hurdler. He said yes. And what this young fella explained to young Humes was that when Humes was a senior hurdler in SAC, he was in the 7th grade. He was now a senior at SAC and was their #1 hurdler. This was Brighton Taylor, an incredible young man, God rest his soul. And it was at that time, Mr. Speaker, this once young Humes, who is now growing up, realized that you have to be careful how you conduct yourself in public, because there's always someone watching you and taking cues about their life based on yours. He realized that he was some young person's role model. That interaction had a lasting impact, and a new picture of who he was emerged. He was a little more careful about his public persona, but he was still young, and he still had a hard mouth and was hard head. Immediately following the 2012 general election, Mr. Speaker, this young man who was starting to mature more had the opportunity to apply for the Director of Student Leadership position at the College of the Bahamas. And other than being the chairman of the DNA at the time leading up to that point, the only other thing he had done was teach and coach. But somewhere in the process of refashioning his resume, God showed him that for almost 20 years at that time as a teacher, in and out of the classroom, he was a leader for all those young lives he had in his care. God showed him that as a head coach, he was a leader for those young athletes. As English coordinator for the English language program at the University of Puerto Rico, he was a leader. And after this revelation, Mr. Speaker, because you're a leader, he could care less whether he got a position anymore. God showed him a picture of himself that he had never seen before. And he realized he didn't need a position or a title to be something that he already was. With this new picture, he had one mission after that, Mr. Speaker, to be the best role model of a leader that he could be. He wasn't doing it because he was hoping to get some high position or become a politician. He just wanted it to be a part of his lifestyle so that he could be a better version of himself. To have the leadership attitude. This new picture that he had of himself called for change in so many ways. He read it, he watched it, studied it, practiced it. John Maxwell, Miles Monroe, Joel Osteen, you name it. Based on the picture he had of himself, he had in mind of himself, he practiced with the aim of his practice becoming a habit that would eventually turn into a lifestyle. So now, Mr. Speaker, on May 17th, with an ever more changed mind and an ever more changed attitude, he got another chance at higher leadership. He was given a chance, Mr. Speaker, and this new leadership position called for a complete change of mind. And as Miles Monroe says it best, nothing changes until your mind changes. And even though he wasn't perfect, he was filled with human frailties and the same human thoughts and feelings as everyone else, Seabreeze, as everyone else, Fox Hill, as everyone else, Pine Ridge, East Grand Bahama, Centerville, Elizabeth, South and Central, Andros. The picture that he had of himself at this stage was that he was walking in the favor of God. And this was only by God's grace, not by the favor of man. That he was here today. More than anything else, he wanted his life to be a lesson to others and a testament of God's favor. I'm not perfect, Mr. Speaker, but I'd like to be principled. Therein my refusal to be a modern day Peter and cut off the ear of every man that offends me. It's not because I'm afraid of man. No man. You see, man could only do to you what God allows and nothing else. And usually when he does, it's for your good. You see, Mr. Speaker, the way I comport myself is because I'm more concerned about God and what he would think of me, who prays every day, not my will, Lord, but thy will be done, not just be done, but here on earth as it is in heaven. How I speak in and out of this place, how I comport myself in and out of this place, I do so with the understanding that I don't just represent myself. I represent the whole of Fort Charlotte community where I grew up. I represent 240 plus faculty members and educators at the University of the Bahamas. I represent St. Augustine's College in the class of 1982. I represent Morehouse College in the Morehouse class of 1996. The University of Puerto Rico in the class of 2006. I represent Salem Baptist Union Church and all of its membership. All of my little cousins, my father, Alfred Clare, and the whole Clare, Wilson, Seymour family, and the whole Inagua clan. I represent my mother, Marcia Young, and 6 aunts and uncles, and 7 brothers and sisters. I represent my grandmother, Lillian Humes, and my grandfather, Audley Humes, and by extension, the Adelaide, Exuma, San Salvador crew. And because our House of Assembly is broadcast to the world, I also represent one aspect of the Bahamian society to the world. And most of all, I represent Christ and God the Father. So let me say all of this in another way, Mr. Speaker. Anyone who's concerned, never assume that loud is strong and quiet is weak. More than anything else, I prefer to live my life, despite all of my imperfections. I prefer that my life be a lesson and not a hindrance to others. I take what I do seriously, Mr. Speaker, understanding that if you want to find the source of our youth delinquency, just look at us adults and how we act, especially those of us who are charged with the people's trust. Bank Lane, Fox Hill, and many of our over the hill communities are full of our misguided products. So because I take what I do seriously, Mr. Speaker, I do so with the understanding that even if others don't keep their word to me, it's important that I keep my word to others. Because my word is my bond and it's all that I have. I promise to be a member of this Free National Movement team and work well on its and the government of the Bahamas' behalf. I kept my word. And to that end, and to what end? To the service of the Bahamian people and to the people of the community of Fort Charlotte. That's all that matters. I kept my word. When I went to the voters in the lead up to the last general election, thank you, member, I gave my word that if elected, it says I would create and fund positive youth and young adult and adult engagement and professional and personal development opportunities. That was my word. I didn't realize, though, Mr. Speaker, until after I was in office, that people had all sorts of other plans and for me and expectations of me, most of which were not in my power or control, and most of which I couldn't promise. So I had a dilemma. Would I try to live up to people's expectations of me as a politician? Or do I keep my word to them as a man? Well, you see, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to make sure I kept my word. That was more important to me. I could live with people saying that I didn't do what they expected from me as a politician. But what would have been harder to live with was people saying I didn't keep my word. Right there, written clear, vision statement and all. That's all I promised. I fought a hard personal fight over the last 4 years out of the public spotlight to make sure that I kept my word. There were a whole lot of people from across all sides of the political aisle. Port Charlotte people with deep roots, not only in the community, but in my life, who understood the fight that I was having to keep my word. A whole Fort Charlotte village of people who came together to make what happened happen. Giselle Bailey, Bishop Henry and Ann Higgins, Lonergan Hannah, Monique and Dion Cooper, Ian Lightburn, Percy Roberts, Paul Smith, Henry Dean, Robbie Archer, Franco Brown, Cindy Knowles, Gary Black, George and Elaine Hutchinson, Debbie Baston, Marva Aronoff, Mitzi Swaby, Loris Archer, the presidents of the Crime Watch Associations of Fort Charlotte, Clementine Richardson in Adastra Estates No. 2, Barbara Hepburn in the West Grove, Richard Gardner in Rock Crusher, Ernest Pratt in Adastra No. 3, Lydia Isaacs, Greater Chippingham, and Pauline and Peggy Knowles in Charlotte Ridge, Father D'Angelo Bow and the Holy Spirit family, Reverend Philip Stubbs and the St. Michael's family, Miss Karen Andrews, Rondisha Linden, and the whole team of the Fort Charlotte Urban Renewal Office, Miss Christina Sweeting, Heiner Major, President of the Fort Charlotte Seniors Association, Jason and Clayton Tucker, Tucker Boys, and the whole Humes clan. These were just a few of the many who stepped up to the bastion of the community in the last 4 years. I will forever be grateful to them and so many more for enriching my life and helping me face the challenges of the office in the last 4 years. They were more concerned with putting Fort Charlotte first. They understood what being a part of a team was. They understood that teamwork makes the dream work. And their concern was not for personal gain and attention. Their concern was for Fort Charlotte's gain and attention. This is what we did, Mr. Speaker. In keeping with the promise, a snapshot of what we did, Mr. Speaker. In keeping with the promise, snapshot of what we did, Mr. Speaker. Keeping with the promise, snapshot. Keeping with my word, snapshot of what we did, Mr. Speaker. Keeping with my word, snapshot of what we did, Mr. Speaker. Saturday matinee for the kids. Keeping with my word, an educational. You see, Mr. Speaker, I was only a part of keeping my word. We formed a Build a Park Foundation, Mr. Speaker, recognizing that in order to do the kind of work that would start the process of transforming the natural environment of the Fort Charlotte community, to show that urban life could be beautiful, we knew that this would call for a partnership with government. And I talked a great deal earlier about how the picture one has of oneself determines how one responds to life. And I'm a great believer, Mr. Speaker, that people take cues about who they are based on their surroundings, and the images one has of him or herself is directly tied to the image they have of their natural environment. And with park life being the center of all communities, I thought it would be better to start our urban redevelopment transformation with the park. One of the things I believe in, Mr. Speaker, is a vision. If I can't see it, I can't do it. So the first thing, before I do anything, I always start with a vision. I think someone says a plan without a vision is a dream, or a plan without a vision is a dream. And a plan without a vision is called drudgery. And so I want to make sure most times I'm able to see clearly what it is that I'm trying to achieve. So we came up with designs for C.I. Gibson Park. We came up with designs for the Rock Crusher Park. We also have designs for the Quarry Mission Road Park. And I understand we also have designs for Christie Park, but I understand that that one's coming soon. You could go ahead, Mr. Minister Works. You can clap on that one. I'm looking forward to that. Okay. The foundation was poised to start work on the C.I. Gibson and Rock Crusher projects. And we had already had a commitment, a private commitment of $300,000 towards the project. But as the pandemic continued on, the original commitment from the Ministry of Works was understandably redirected towards much more needed social assistance program. Member Booker Michael, so glad you're here today to say at some point in this term, that we, the people of Fort Charlotte, hope that you can go ahead and finish planting those seeds that we started, so we can finish up what we started. Very important to them. I gave my word, you gave yours to me. Let's keep our words. But either way, the work of the Build a Park Foundation will continue because it's a passion for me, not just a project. We had street flooding on Eden Street right off of Farrington Road by Sammy's Chicken. And for decades, the people couldn't get relief. The slightest rain, you need an ark to get through the flood. The residents of Franklin Avenue up of Boyd Road, they had the same issue. Decades, and no member of parliament could solve their problem. Flooding through the whole of Ferguson Road off of West Bay Street. Again, for decades, Mr. Speaker. This was a thorn in the side of residents. I didn't make any promises because getting those things done wasn't in my power. But I told him I'll see what I could do and temper the expectations. Today, however, thank you, Mr. Minister Wirtz, I can proudly say that the residents of Eden Street, South, Franklin Avenue, and Ferguson Road do not have to deal with those decades-long flooding issues anymore. Thanks to the Minister of Works and Mr. Henry Moxie and the team from the Ministry of Works. They accommodated me and made it all possible. For this and for them, I'm most appreciative and forever grateful. Along with BPL, we had tree trimming exercises and trimmed away trees from power lines through the pit road and along portions of Farrington Road leading up to Boyd Road and the northern end of Foster Street. I'm expecting that work will continue through the following areas as per our request to Mr. Sterling Moss at BPL last year. Bougainvillea Avenue, Bougainville and Coral Avenue, and Bougainville and Sunset Drive in the West Grove. So those residents will still be looking for some relief. I would also hope that the request made to the then Director of Works in 2017 and forwarded again, Mr. Minister of Works, to yourself will be honored. Again, we had some flooding issues, Charlotte Ridge, vicinity of house number 67. Strawn Street, Lavelle Estates, and the people through Saint Street and Sale Street are still looking for their speed bumps. In addition, looking at the requests made for the restoration of Dunmore Avenue and Infant View Road. Promise that made, looking for a promise kept. Thank you very much, sir. And also Dunmore, thank you very much. So also, Mr. Speaker, these are a long time coming. You know how the old Negro spiritual says, it's a long time coming. We're also renewing all matters with the Prime Minister's office in the request that was made in 2018 on behalf of the residents of Adastra Estates. My understanding that the Ministry of Works had plans for a subdivision to be built in that Adastra Estates area, because again, it's my understanding that every government subdivision must have a park to it. So I'm renewing all matters 2018 with the request for the residents of Adastra Estates to have their park. We have seen and heard, what we have seen and heard here, Mr. Speaker, is just a snapshot of the work that we did in, with, and on behalf of the community of Fort Charlotte. We did what we did, Mr. Speaker, and like the member of Seabreeze says, and it is what it is. And I can say it is incredible to think that this little young fellow grew up to have such an enriching opportunity. You see, Mr. Speaker, I could not be responsible for people's expectation. For me, I could only be responsible for my word. I gave my word to be a part of a team and to work in the community to create and fund positive youth, young adult, and adult engagement and professional development opportunities, and I kept my word. And in doing this, even if others didn't keep theirs to me, it was more important that I kept mine, so that in the end, when this chapter of my life is closed, I'll be glad to know that no matter what is said, one thing that they cannot say, I didn't keep my word. Now, whereas it's somewhat disappointing that I would not get a chance to defend in the upcoming general election, if I were to make that my obsession, if I would allow others who want me to make that my obsession, have me make that my obsession, my public reaction may be a little different than what you've seen in the last few months and what you're seeing today. I'm saying that if you remember this little fella right here, still a little bit, but there is a saying, Mr. Speaker, that which holds your attention determines your actions. And if I were to obsess over these minor issues and overlook or neglect all the major positive aspects of what this experience has been like over the last 4 years, the increase in my experiential value, increase in my character value, increases in my life value that would have prepared me for a higher calling in life, I would be an ungrateful man. As a matter of fact, and I don't like to, I don't like to say this publicly because I think most people expect for me to be in mourning right now. But to tell you the truth, Mr. Speaker, with all of this upgrade that's happened in the last, and I'm not talking financial, so I don't want anybody out there to think that I'm talking about financial upgrade, because my finances really hasn't changed since I've come in here. But when I'm looking at all of the personal upgrades that I've experienced in the last few years, I'm pretty excited to see what God has in store for me in the next chapter of my life. In many ways, I just want to get started. But I got to hold on at least a little while longer. But in this chapter, Mr. Speaker, in addition to the work I did in my community, I was privileged to be called on by the ministers of education, tourism, my colleague, the former minister of youth, sports and culture, the minister of agriculture, and even the prime minister to stand in for them at various high-level ministerial meetings and speaking engagements, locally and internationally. And Mr. Speaker, I think I even had a chance to sit in your chair in this honorable House of Assembly and chair a House session. How much more blessed could I have been? In some of my other works in the government, I leave a legacy behind. I will have left the legacy of first serving as the founding chairman of BASA, the Bahamas Agricultural Health and Food Safety Authority. I've had the privilege of building this organization from the ground up, establishing company values and ensuring that the organizational standards, that it's operating by the highest standards and the soundest methodologies. I've had the assistance of an incredible team that began with Raquel Pinder and Delreese Burrows, an incredible board of directors, 4 exceptionally talented directors in Dr. Patricia Johnson, Mrs. Yasmin Johnson, Mr. Maurice Isaacs, who recently passed away, God rest his soul, and Mr. Christopher Worrell. An amazing administrator, Mrs. Renee Mayers, an extraordinary HR professional who I dragged along with me from the College of the Bahamas as a source of counsel and guidance along the way. I was also the first chairman of the National Honors Secretariat, and was tasked with leading the charge to operationalize this most prestigious national honors program. In the process, over the last 4 years, I've had the opportunity to work along with some of the country's most noted leaders: Maurice Moore, Justice Deborah Fraser, Senator Fred Mitchell, Commissioner of Police Paul Rowe, Defense Force Captain David Dotson, Idris Reed, Anita Bernard, Jeannie Gibson, ACP Craig Stubbs, Justice Ian Winder, David Daxon, Captain Henry Daxon, David Daxon, Eunice Paul, Elaine Toop, and a team of professionals from the Cabinet Office and Government House, especially Antoinette Brown, Rashad Flowers, and Sherilyn Wallace. Then, Mr. Speaker, there was the National Independence Secretariat. What more can I say about that, Mr. Speaker? For the last 4 years, along with Mrs. Antoinette Brown, she was my real boss. She was the real boss of the whole operation, Mr. Speaker. She kept me quite in line and on time, and I appreciated that very much. She taught me a very valuable lesson, Mr. Speaker. This was one thing she always said to me. She said, people will forget what you said. They'll forget what you did. But people will never forget how you make them feel. And I thank her for that lesson. Working along with her and all those persons who made up the Secretariat from across the public sector, the Christian Council, the Junkanoo community, and leading the hundreds of individuals from across the Commonwealth of the Bahamas in the production of this country's annual independence celebration was a one-of-a-kind experience. It was an honor to be selected for the task to oversee the creative reimagining and rebranding of this national celebration, and to have the opportunity to produce the first ever fully virtual presentation of the Independence celebration during the COVID crisis. The show had to go on, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that the newfound acclaim that the Independence celebrations has garnered in the last 4 years continue to grow, and whoever takes over the role in the future, that they continue to take it to higher heights until our celebrations become as much of a visitor's attraction as our annual Junkanoo celebration. That was the vision for the celebrations when I took over. Unfortunately, this year, because we are still somewhat in the COVID crisis, the presentation once again will be virtual under the theme, A Celebration of Life, Revive Us Again. So be looking out. You'll hear more information about the celebrations this year. So stay tuned. It's going to be another exciting night of good television. Now, I cannot help repeat, Mr. Speaker, the tremendous impact of being involved in frontline politics and national governance over the last 4 years has had on my life. And I owe a debt of gratitude to the Prime Minister, the member of Kalani, the Free National Movement Organization, and my FNM and parliamentary colleagues for the opportunities and the camaraderie. I say thank you all for an incredible experience. Now, outside of that, Mr. Speaker, what can I add to the debate that has not already been said? I think it's all evident to us that at this time, government is trying its best with what it has at its disposal, and at the same time, overextending itself at a time when it really can't afford to. But it has, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker. This is what we have gotten our people used to since, I think the member for Elizabeth said, since 1974. And think about it, Mr. Speaker, 1 year after we were independent, no longer accountable to anyone but ourselves. That's when the problem started. It is a good budget that goes far if you're looking at the myriad of benefits it offers. But it still doesn't go far enough if you're looking for measures that will bring discipline to a culture of overspending. It does all that we expect from a budget. When I see it, if you analyze it deeply, this document continues to give us a snapshot into the Bahamian society, our way of living, our way of thinking. It tells us in many ways about our lifestyle and our lifestyle choices, the practices that become habits that eventually turn into our way of living, a way of living that has been unsustainable for decades now. Every year I come in here, since we came in 2017, the budget shows us that we are continuing a habit of spending more money than we make, taking out loans, trying to make up for what we don't have, just to support a lifestyle or a habit that we can't afford and or don't necessarily need. Let me repeat that again, Mr. Speaker. The budget shows us that we are continuing a habit of spending more money than we make, taking out loans to try and make up for what we don't have, just to support a lifestyle or habit that we can't afford and or do not necessarily need. In short, the documents that we have are also always showing us that we are living far beyond our means. A practice we started for whatever reason, again, according to all accounts, as far back as 1974. Again, 1 year after we became independent. It speaks to a huge investment in people and things that are not producing sufficient sustainable returns on the investment. It talks about hope, but relies on the evidence of things not seen. It talks about planting seeds for the future while tossing them everywhere, hoping that some will land on fertile ground and grow corn. This document speaks to the increases in the level of local consumption and what it's taking to finance our ever increasing consumption. It speaks to waste and what it is taking to finance increasing waste. It speaks to the enabling of a culture that has been getting out of hand for some time now, while everyone turns a blind eye to it because we all benefited. It speaks to the fact that we are who we are. And remember, sea breeze, it is what it is. We all know what it's going to take to change the dynamics of this budget. No secret. I could say on all sides, many of us are scared to do it. We're afraid to do it because we have become so dependent on each other. People without the government, nothing. Government without the people, nothing. And we don't want to let go of each other. And this document continues to represent that, to be a representation of that. I don't want to go into any long speeches today other than what I said, Mr. Speaker, except to say that what I've been saying in so many different ways over the last 4 years is that where there is no vision, people perish. And I don't want anyone to misconstrue what I'm saying as an attack against the government. It's not. This statement today is a general statement that I'm making and asking everyone to consider for him or herself. Because if you live long enough, life will show you. And a part of the reason I shared my life story with you, say at this current time, was to show you that if you don't have a vision for yourself and a vision of yourself, you will end up becoming dependent on someone else for your existence, or you will perish. And that's an awful feeling, an awful place to be in life, a feeling and a place very similar to where we are. And I'm sure many of us understand that. Remember this? You may think you can change your situation by changing governments, but changing governments isn't going to do anything if you don't change yourself. No government is going to be your savior. No government can be your savior. Stop thinking that it will. This was from my budget contribution in 2018, Mr. Speaker, and my position has not changed. Until the people break the chains, nothing else will matter, and nothing much else will change. If they are satisfied hitching their fortunes to tourism because that is the vision, nothing else will matter, and nothing much will change. If they continue hitching their fortunes to the government because the vision is that government jobs mean security and government will take care of your every need, nothing else will matter, and nothing much will change. All we can do is hunker down for the long haul. The picture we have of ourselves, Mr. Speaker, will determine how we respond to this situation. To change the situation, you have to change the picture. We all know what to do. No one has to keep telling us over and over again. I had a student, Mr. Speaker, in one of my classes, and at the end of the year, they write a reflective essay. And it looks at their performance throughout the class. And I had one student, she wasn't doing too well in the class. And in our discussion, she told me, she said, Mr. Hume, it's not that I don't know what to do. She said she wasn't failing because she didn't know what to do, but she was failing because I didn't tell her what to do. And that was very enlightening for me. No one has to keep telling us or should have to tell us what we need to do. I said it last year during the debate, and I'll say it again. The crisis did not happen. This crisis didn't happen by chance, and we won't get out of it by waiting for a better day to come or relying on the worn-out views of the past. We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. What we did, when we do that, we stand the chance of making a bad situation even worse. We got into this situation by making decisions that never seriously took into consideration that the situation we find ourselves in today could have happened. But we have been warned. So we will not get out of this situation making those same decisions. I said it then, I'll repeat it again now, Mr. Speaker. Always remember, where you are in life at any given time is a direct result of your choices, the choices you made in the past. Don't be afraid to face your past, because if you don't, you're bound to repeat it. That's what I said in 2018. The success or failure of the documents that we have before us, Mr. Speaker, is about choices, and the choices that we make will depend on the picture we have of ourselves. That is, on the personal level and on the collective level. But until the people themselves break the chains of their minds, nothing much else will matter and nothing much else will change. No matter what they say, Progressive Liberal Party will come into office and nothing much else will change. So let us not fool ourselves into thinking that it will, because the mindset of the people will not have changed. We've been dealt a hand of cards. We must play them because we have little choice. So we just have to choose to play them rightly. I support this budget like I do every year as a part of this team, with the hope that those who have charge over it will keep their word. I also lend my support to this budget like I always do, with the hope that the people of my community and our nation would heed the admonition that I had given and be so guided. I remember having a conversation with a member from Pine Ridge one day. I went to talk to him. We always talk about, stuff. And he said to me at the end, he said, I apologize for sort of lecturing him. He said, don't worry about it, Mr. Fort Charlotte. Anytime I see you come in, I know you're a teacher. I'm going to get a lecture or a lesson. That's my calling in life. The picture that I've accepted of who I am. And no matter what my station in life is, Mr. Speaker, my life will always be about teaching people how to fish, how to harness their God-given gifts and talents to fish so that they can feed themselves for a lifetime. That's what a good education and a good educator does. I gave my word and I've done my part in this arena for now. But I say, don't lose hope. The visitors are starting to return and things will slowly get back to normal. But try and never forget what normal has gotten for us. Dorian and COVID couldn't bring those problems on us. These were brewing for decades. And eventually, Dorian and COVID brought us face to face with it sooner than we had planned. And if our eyes have not been opened before, and we've not matured enough through this experience, with the arrival of the visitors and the flowing of money again, we will be lulled right back into the same false sense of security and false sense of self that made life difficult through this pandemic, with a sure understanding that the next one is right around the corner. So, Mr. Speaker, as I end my contribution, I leave this one thing with the Bahamian people. Nothing will change until your mind changes. Break the chains, or nothing much else will matter. Nothing much else will change. Do it, and even if no one else keeps their word to you, just make sure you keep your word to yourself. If not, I say like my good friend Margot Blackwell, my good long-time close friend and confidant from the University of Bahamas, I say carry on smartly. But for right now, Mr. Speaker, I end with this little reminder here. It says, you have a few lines, a few more lines, a little less here. Well, this was back then. I got a little bit more here now. That's more wisdom and plenty years blessed. He said, on this day, can someone say, thank God for life? That's what I'm doing today, Mr. Speaker. Smile has, no matter what trials and tribulations, the smile hasn't changed. God has kept the smile on my face. And for my life, Lord, I say I thank you for every victory that I've seen in all the moments. I know it was you who kept me. So I thank you for my life. And I thank the people of Fort Charlotte and the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for allowing me this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to share my life with you. May God bless you and continue to keep you safe from all harm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you for that autobiography and for your personal political reflection. You know, Honorable Members, I sat and listened to you. I thought about how good God is in terms of the diversity of mankind and how you seem so happy in your presentation today. That's all I'd say about that. I was reminded of a poem that I wrote while he was speaking, that I try to live my life by, that is so different from the joy that he expressed today. And the poem goes something like this. Every man's origin is the womb, and every man's destiny is the tomb. Life is the interval that exists between the womb and the tomb. So between the womb and the tomb, let no man presume that thee also Mutri was sent you to be consumed. For such an assumption is a rebuttable presumption, and any perception of a threat could lead to the acceleration of your own death. And while I don't advocate the commissioning of a crime, I will get on my knees and seek the divine, and God help you, If I have to pray over you, Psalm 109. And that's why I say I admire what you did today and the joy with which you appear to have done what you did today. As many? Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I always say, Mr. Speaker, even when the clouds are gray, it is still a beautiful day in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, as I rise, I give thanks to Almighty God, who has allowed my life to be a testimony of failures and victories, struggles and triumphs to the glory of his name, and hope that it serves as an example that his redeeming love is quantified in the loving and limitless mercy he provides. Mr. Speaker, in these unparalleled times, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and the Bahamian people have been called to reframe our next chapter. And as this budget sets us on a path to recovery, a resilient Bahamas, Mr. Speaker, must become a resurgent Bahamas with one ambition in mind. We must build back better. In the midst of understandable feelings of anxiety and uncertainty, I stand here still believing that the Commonwealth of the Bahamas is the greatest nation in the world. And no global pandemic can strip away the greatness that God has deposited in these islands and keys and in the very being of the Bahamian people. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I can only proclaim in the way I know how, is that it's still better in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I think at this juncture, from the outset, Mr. Speaker, I think it's very important to really commend the frontline workers that continue to work so assiduously and diligently for all of us, keeping us safe. Members of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, the nurses, the doctors, the EMTs, and a host of other Bahamians who continue to serve the Commonwealth of the Bahamas in these challenging times. I stand too, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my extended family, the good people of St. Barnabas, grateful that they have accepted me as their own, and I will be forever humble that they have chosen me to serve them. In St. Barnabas, we've become a family, and we all have embraced the mantra that real people do real things. In St. Barnabas, the We Care team are workhorses, not show horses, Mr. Speaker. We get the job done for the people. The people of St. Barnabas have reaffirmed my belief that there are enduring values that must transcend party politics for the good of the Bahamian people and the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. The values of unrelenting and selfless commitment to country, a deep concern for people's welfare, hard work, community, and respect for human dignity. For in the end, the greatest distinction I would wish to have aligned with my name is that I've served and that I've served all, even those who were my greatest critics, whether they do so constructively or pointlessly. You know, Mr. Speaker, for all of us, and not just us, serving this great country that we love so much, it's just about that. It's about service. And I know oftentimes in politics, because of the nature of division in politics, that sometimes you can forget that service is something that you must give to all, even to some of your greatest detractors. Because fundamentally, Mr. Speaker, every Bahamian has the inherent right to vote for any political party they choose, any candidate they choose. The Congress lady by the name of Shirley Chisholm, she was the first black woman to run for president of the United States. She said that service, and I've said this before in this house, she said that service is the rent we pay God for our space here on earth. So you continue to serve as long as you can serve, Mr. Speaker, and serve as many as you can serve. And as I always say, the politics will always take care of itself. Mr. Speaker, it never escapes my consciousness, Mr. Speaker, that for good or for bad, my words will have resonance across our Bahama land. So I work feverishly on my own imperfections to ensure that my words always reflect the thoughtfulness, honesty, humility, and love of my people and my country that I truly hope is seen in both my personal and political life. So before I give my perspective of what I feel this budget can and will do for the Bahamian people in general, the people of St. Barnabas in particular, and report on the progress made at the Bahamas Public Parks and Beaches Authority, I wish to express some thoughts that continue to preoccupy my mind and burden my heart, and no doubt in my humble view, will continue to determine the degree to which progress and advancement is made for our people and our Commonwealth. Mr. Speaker, it continues to be regrettable and painful how it seems we refuse to suppress our political instincts, inclinations, and clannishness, particularly in moments of crises. We focus so much on the political divisions between us, we fail to see that our country is pleading and has been summoning for its sons and daughters to act. Until we can look beyond our politics and political biases for the good of our country, we will continue to have unfulfilled aspirations. We are too great a country, and God has given us too much not to want more, not to do more. Mr. Speaker, in many ways, politics, or should I say, the application of petty politics, has been the greatest obstacle to real reform and real change in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And if we are serious, Mr. Speaker, if we are serious about our obligation to our nation, serious about our commitment to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, we would take stock, hold ourselves into account, and dismantle our blind allegiance to a form of politics that is destroying our institutions, destroying our country. Though passionate debate, highlights of contrast, verbal jostling, and the push and pull of politics are a central part of our democracy, the guardrails of civility in our politics must never be allowed to be overrun by blind loyalty to party or personal ambition. Mr. Speaker, I think I would have used this analogy before, particularly with you, Mr. Speaker, because even though you're senior to me, we both played that great sport of basketball. And I was very fortunate enough to play basketball at the collegiate level. But there's a saying that basketball is life. And among many things, besides leadership and leading men with diverse opinions, diverse personalities, I came to appreciate something in the sport of basketball. Just like you, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure, I've played on bad teams and good teams and great teams. And the difference between the bad teams and the good teams, Mr. Speaker, and I would have shared this before, my experience. Okay? The bad teams are not accountable to anybody. The average teams, they're accountable to the coaching staff, the nutritionists, the trainers. But the difference, Mr. Speaker, between an average team and a great team is that a great team is accountable to each other. They don't need the coaches to tell them what to do in most cases. Now, I've used that analogy because I want us to appreciate as a people that we have to become more accountable to each other. More accountable to each other, Mr. Speaker. Because the reality of it is, government cannot provide all the answers, and the changes that are needed in our country must come from the people. But what the Bahamian people desire and deserve is for us as political leaders to overcome the political paralysis. The people who have sent us here have different stories, different backgrounds, and different viewpoints. But the concerns and anxieties are the same. They have shared hopes and shared aspirations. They are just looking for a chance to get ahead, Mr. Speaker. They just don't want to be striving in this country that they love. They want to be thriving. Mr. Speaker, I submit this thought for us to consider upfront, keeping in mind that these debates in recent decades, in some instances, have been littered with political ploys dressed up as principled positions. The battle between political interests and the interests of the Bahamian people have been unfortunately at odds. What has been prudent, good, and proper for the long-term sustainability of our people have taken a bow and a backseat to a political strategy of propagate and win now and fix things later. The results, Mr. Speaker, political parties win and ultimately the Bahamian people lose. We must elevate the debate on the future prospects for our country, especially in this moment of great opportunity. Because if we continue to focus, Mr. Speaker, on the thought of losing a political fight, we will put ourselves, our people, in jeopardy of losing our country to an uncertain future. So in my commitment to my own words this afternoon, I will enthusiastically, Mr. Speaker, give way to the sobriety, introspection, and perspective that I believe that this moment demands. To peddle propaganda, rhetoric, rally talk, showmanship, and doublespeak is to disrespect the Bahamian people and to do them a grave disservice. So I offer my views, always being moved by the weight of personal conscience and not the weight of personal claim. Mr. Speaker, this last year has been immensely difficult and challenging for the Bahamian people, for our great Commonwealth. In the past year, 15 months, we've lost some 230 plus Bahamians to this deadly virus. Our grandparents, mothers, fathers, siblings, friends, even nation builders, Mr. Speaker. My prayers go out to the families who've lost loved ones during this pandemic, and may their souls rest in peace. Many students have had to defer their dreams and their entry to colleges and universities. Much of the workforce is struggling to make ends meet. Businesses, Mr. Speaker, have been grappling with illiquidity and insolvency. We have lost so much, and simultaneously, though, Mr. Speaker, we have gained so much more in being confronted by this moment with one of the greatest tests we've ever faced as a people and as a nation. Despite the circumstances, there is no cause for despair, disenchantment, or disillusionment, but rather a cause for admiration, optimism, and hope, as we, the Bahamian people, are still here standing. What is upon us now, Mr. Speaker, is a new prospect, a new frontier. What is required next is that our tenacity and resilience must chart a new course in a world that eagerly awaits greater societies and even more innovative, evolving populations. We cannot afford for history to record and future generations to reflect that we allowed the gravity of this moment to elude us. Martin Luther King, Mr. Speaker, calls it the fierce urgency of now. We, the Bahamian people, must now take our place to reside in the upper echelons of those nations that perfected themselves and redefined and reshaped the prospects for its people and altered its global standing. We must build back better. Mr. Speaker, you see, in every generation there are defining moments that challenge the human spirit, revives our social conscience, and renews our hope, and fortifies our resolve to persist, push through, and create the possibilities from what we can imagine. The perseverance and fortitude of the Bahamian people have been forged through crises and the adversity of an historic global pandemic. The legacy of the impact of this global pandemic on us as a people must not be centered on our trials and tribulations, but in our triumphs. We cannot allow the story to be about the despair and the misery. History in the world should take note on how we planned, innovated, and how we overcame, how we built back better, Mr. Speaker. These are indeed unprecedented times, but before us are also unprecedented opportunities. We must reframe and reimagine government and how it delivers to the Bahamian people. We must build the workforce of the future. We must increase the quality of life for our people so that the impact reaches into generations. But this is not a question of politics. It is a question of national aspirations. It is a question of how we build back better. Mr. Speaker, I say to this Parliament and Bahamians everywhere, this is our moment yet again, more than ever before. We are so busy, Mr. Speaker, competing against each other, supporters and politicians alike, that we often miss the opportunity to solidify and force actionable progress on national priorities. There's a world out there where we must show up our global standing, Mr. Speaker. We must not just be a country to visit, but a country to learn from, a country to be tapped into for our innovation, our intelligence, our research. Aren't we exhausted of just being a vacation spot for the world, Mr. Speaker? Aren't we tired of being vulnerable and completely dependent on what happens beyond our borders while we twiddle our thumbs waiting for the planes and the cruise ships to return? Mr. Speaker, I'm not for 1 second diminishing or abandoning our efforts of maintaining a vibrant tourism sector. I'm talking about the bigger picture. Yes, I'm interested in the number of tourists visiting our country, but I'm more inspired by the number of Bahamians we move out of poverty and upstream economically. So let us imagine a new invitation, Mr. Speaker, to the world. Yes, come to the Bahamas for the sun, sand, and sea, but come too for our training, our teaching, our thinking. You see, Mr. Speaker, this pandemic did not come to cripple us. It came to challenge us. This is our moment to live up to our promise as a nation and truly let the world mark the manner of our bearing. We must build back better. Mr. Speaker, I've said this before, and my view at times may seem naive, but I'm not naive about the realities we face, Mr. Speaker. However, we must accept that these realities that we face as a country is a result of us, just as the solutions and the answers to our country's most pressing problems reside within all of us. Our absolute advantages of sun, sand, and sea and geography will not be enough for our evolution. We must focus on our comparative advantages, our people, what separates and distinguishes the Bahamian from any other nationality in the world. We must come together and build back better. We must all ask ourselves, are we sufficiently awake? Must we use this pandemic to catapult our nation into realms we often speak about? Absolutely. So let us imagine and execute. Mr. Speaker, I've always believed in the necessity to understand moments, their impact, their implications, and the opportunity they provide. Moments define our individual lives, they define mine, and they define each and every honorable member. And in the context of our duty to country, they too define us as a people and as a nation. Mr. Speaker, this moment we find ourselves in was not of our choosing. An historic natural disaster in Dorian and a raging global pandemic that continues. What we have the opportunity to do is to control what we do next. We must build back better, Mr. Speaker. So let us imagine and multitask our way out of this crisis as we navigate and recover. Let us innovate and build back better. Mr. Speaker, let us imagine and build back better by establishing within the Ministry of Disaster Preparedness and Reconstruction a department responsible for centralizing a response to future pandemics and public health emergencies by ensuring a cross-ministerial collaboration and coordination. Let us imagine and build back better by setting our eyes on establishing the University of the Bahamas as a premier institution, the global mecca of tourism and hospitality studies, where students and hospitality professionals from all around the world come to our shores to study. Let us imagine and build back better by embracing the viability and sustainability of the creation of a massive, vibrant, and robust Bahamian coconut industry with a view of securing a competitive regional and global position and becoming a world leader in the soon-to-be $32 billion global coconut production industry. If we act now and plan, I believe that the Bahamas will be able to compete and wrestle its way to the top and become a global leader in the coconut production industry. We have the natural resources, access to the land needed, the expertise to build capacity, and we are well positioned for scalability as demand and market forces dictate. Let us imagine and build back better by agreeing on a national consensus, an apolitical position on our financial services industry in order to adapt to the global trend, in particular, the agitation by G7 nations for a 15% global minimum corporate tax. The Commonwealth of the Bahamas has had to combat and fend off the insistence and dictates of the European Union, OECD, and others who constantly strategize of moving the goalposts and continues to run roughshod on small island developing states like the Bahamas. So we must be proactive and implement strategies to get ahead of coming changes as opposed to reacting to those changes. We assert our sovereignty when we put ourselves in the driver's seat. Let us imagine and build back better by creating a workforce of the future, a highly skilled, trained, technologically equipped, highly productive labor force. In my view, this involves a renewed partnership between labor and business. Businesses must continue to invest in training their employees to operate on the cutting edge. The Bahamian worker, too, must self-evaluate and seek ways to equip themselves to be even more competitive. This pandemic has shown that your value as an employee increases as you reinvent yourselves. Mr. Speaker, there must be, too, a larger conversation in the near future about increasing the minimum wage. Everyone deserves a livable wage. Increasing the minimum wage is not, in my view, an anti-business application. In fact, it helps business. It increases productivity, reduces absenteeism, and reduces turnover of staff. It increases profits. In conjunction with a minimum wage increase, we can consider some amendments to the business license fee regime to help make businesses more nimble. Let us imagine and build back better by complementing the soon-to-be world-class port development, by finally executing the revitalization of downtown Nassau with a re-imaging strategy anchored by a properly zoned and relaid out city that is pedestrian-friendly and immersed in Bahamian culture, making downtown Nassau a destination within a destination itself and the envy of the world. Let us imagine and build back better by making a real tangible commitment to the development of East Grand Bahama so that they can begin to create their own magic to the benefit of the entire island of Grand Bahama. You know, Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity with the rest of the members of the Natural Resources Committee to go to Grand Bahama, and we were from west end to east end. And like many Bahamians, I've been to Grand Bahama so many times. But it was on this particular visit that I truly got an appreciation of some of the untapped potential that Grand Bahama has that we all know about. But I was particularly taken aback as I drove into East End. And to me, I saw immense potential. I'm sure, like others, I don't have any monopoly on ideas. So I think it's something that we really need to look into and to plan it out. This 2021-2022 budget, in my view, Mr. Speaker, can be about the perspective you choose to adopt. For me, shoring up our healthcare system, small businesses, and the social safety net invokes one word: relief. The government's $100 million investment in healthcare improvements is a welcoming relief and will go a long way in strengthening the public healthcare system, particularly in the middle of a pandemic and beyond. The economic health of our country is no doubt equally as important, and the engine that drives it are Bahamian small businesses. The small business community in St. Barnabas and across the country, including those in their infancy, have noted the elimination of duty on their first stock of inventory, the $290 million earmarked for small business relief and development and financing, assisting the Small Business Development Center and supporting the Bahamas Development Bank. Noted too, Mr. Speaker, is the $20 million increase for social service benefits and extended unemployment assistance for those who've become increasingly vulnerable due to the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, I turn now to the Bahamas Public Parks and Beaches Authority. As Executive Chairman of the Bahamas Public Parks and Beaches Authority, I consider it my duty and obligation to immediately dispel the misconceptions and to enlighten the misinformed about the duties and responsibility of this very vital and necessary authority. The Bahamas Public Park and Public Beaches Authority was created by an Act of Parliament in 2014 to control, plan, design, develop, administer, manage, and maintain public parks and public beaches, as well as conserving the natural beauty, shape, and features of public parks and public beaches, protecting and preserving animals, plants, and other organisms within the public parks and public beaches, preserving objects and places of aesthetic, historical, or scientific interest, removing derelict objects from any park or beach, renaming of public parks, maintaining public access to beaches, maintaining green verges, roundabouts, ensuring sanitary and clean conditions. Mr. Speaker, I would like to extend a big thank you to the hard-working staff of the Bahamas Public Parks and Public Beaches Authority. Those in the head office, inclusive of permits and prosecutions, accounts, human resources, the inspection department, the custodial staff, and those in the field who work diligently every day serving the Bahamian public with distinction, ensuring the proper cleaning of our streets and proper manicuring of our roadside verges. Mr. Speaker, we are very proud of the work and the level of engagement and service rendered to the Bahamian public as it relates to the proper caretaking of our open and green spaces. Over the last 4 years since my appointment, teams inclusive of supervisors and support staff have worked diligently to improve the overall cleanliness and proper manicuring within 7 zones on the island of New Providence that touches every constituency. Mr. Speaker, no amount of equipment or diligent staff can adequately keep our country clean. First, Mr. Speaker, there is not enough national pride in our Bahama land. Mr. Speaker, it is sad for me to say that we have become selective in how we show our pride and love for our country. Nothing is more basic than cleanliness. Everyday people who say they love their country, people who say they are proud to be Bahamian, desecrate our beaches, our open spaces, and our roads with litter and garbage, with no care in the world. Mr. Speaker, in my view, it's downright treasonous because the impact undermines us as a people, and in the age of social media, it is quickly broadcasted to the world. To my fellow Bahamians everywhere, hold your fellow citizens into account and demand that it stops. This nasty and unpatriotic behavior doesn't deserve our silence, Mr. Speaker. It deserves our outrage. Mr. Speaker, I've had enough diverse experiences in leadership of many organizations to know that nothing is more valuable to an organization than its human resources, its people. They are the greatest asset an organization has. Its people and leadership of that organization must do everything in its power to eliminate every wrong and every unfair practice. Mr. Speaker, one of the most egregious inequities and injustices, in my opinion, that reflects the need for public sector reform are the hundreds and thousands of workers within the public service who have remained weekly, longing to become part of the permanent and pensionable establishment. Mr. Speaker, 5, 10, 15, in some cases, 20 years of service, but still weekly. Mr. Speaker, that cannot be right. These hard-working staff members of the authority have been disadvantaged in their positions as weekly workers, not guaranteed job security or the opportunity to live out their lives with a sense of normalcy, and the usual benefits extended to the public service workers, including some personal banking services. This injustice has had a disproportionate impact on lower income workers in the M&T scale, general service workers, janitorial staff, laborers, and operators. Mr. Speaker, the small man has been impacted the most. So we at the Bahamas Public Parks and Beaches Authority are very proud through our collaboration with the Ministry of the Environment and Housing and the Ministry of the Public Service, the Ministry of Finance, that we've worked tirelessly and have regularized some 284 weekly workers in 4 years. And just to add to that, Mr. Speaker, we are extra proud, I would say, because there was no criteria connected to politics or who you know. We just looked at who needed to become weekly, and we worked along with them. And as I indicated, relevant ministries to ensure that these persons, some justice were brought to them. Mr. Speaker, nothing has been more satisfying to the leadership team of the authority than regularizing our staff. It changes their lives, Mr. Speaker, because in the end, it's about people. Mr. Speaker, in addition to restoration exercises, the authority has partnered with the Ministry of Works to address the refurbishment and enhancement of our 150 public parks in New Providence and 140 parks in the Family Islands, and the work continues. So I thank the Minister of Works and his exceptional team for all of the work they've done enhancing public parks. Mr. Speaker, I had a professor in university who shared with his students that if you want to see what and who a country values, look at its sculptures, statues, and monuments. With this in mind, Mr. Speaker, the authority has completed its roundabout beautification project that includes the restoration and erection of many of the sculptures constructed by Mr. Stephen Burrows, who gave so much of his time and talents to bringing his sculptures to life at no cost to the Bahamian people. The motoring public are now able to enjoy the sight of these sculptures during dark fall as we've dressed them up with proper lighting. We are grateful to the late Stephen Burrows for his sacrifice and to his family that we consulted and was intricately involved in the restoration process. We're grateful too to visual artist Mr. Kishan Monroe, who with the work of the Burrows family saw this project to completion. This project, Mr. Speaker, reinforces the Bahamas Public Parks and Beaches Authority's commitment to the Bahamian visual arts and the artists through their unique talent that have not necessarily received the national acclaim that their work deserves. Mr. Speaker, we need more images of ourselves in public prominence and need to continue to promote Bahamian. Mr. Speaker, there has been a growing need to create additional mediums for disposal of garbage and trash around the island of New Providence. The Bahamas Public Parks and Public Beaches Authority, through its garbage receptacle initiative, have installed garbage receptacles at bus stops, beaches, parks, and other strategic points around the island of New Providence. Our open spaces have become, in the last 20 years in particular, a place where Bahamians can go to improve on both their mental and physical health and simple recreation. The authority is acutely aware that keeping these areas clean and secure is paramount to efficient usage. The Bahamian public safety and security remains a priority as we continue to fix lighting systems and repair projects on all parks and beaches. Mr. Speaker, just want to talk very briefly about beach access. There's no doubt, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure every Bahamian has experienced it. You know, there was a time ago where it was very easy to see the easements, how to get to our beaches. And I'm not suggesting that it's intentional, but fundamentally, what we have is a situation where access to beaches are being obstructed. And so we call upon persons, homeowners along the coastlines to ensure that these easements, accesses to beaches are not obstructed. And I can promise the Bahamian people, as long as I'm chairman, we are going to do everything in our power, exhaust every legal avenue to make sure that Bahamians have access to the beaches and enjoy the right that they're supposed to enjoy. Now, I will add, Mr. Speaker, sometimes it's been unintentional, and in our experience, sometimes it's been intentional. And so I think it's important to say that not every obstruction is intentional. Okay? Mr. Speaker, turn now to my beloved St. Barnabas. I remind myself every day of the great responsibility I have for some 5,000 plus people. I wake up every day, Mr. Speaker, carrying their hopes and dreams, because on May 10th, 2017, they gave me more than just their vote. They made an investment for the benefit of their future and their families. And for that, I am eternally grateful and humble, and I embrace it with the reverence it deserves. Mr. Speaker, the greatest honor that one can have bestowed on oneself by another is the honor of leading and serving them. The mantle of leadership is not something you can agitate for. It's not something you are entitled to. It's not something you can get in line or in a rotation for. It is not something you can ideally ask to do. It is something that the people choose you to do, to lead them, to serve them. Equally important in this noble cause of service is the need for a supportive team who believes in you and the vision. No one achieves on their merit alone or their strength alone, in life nor in politics. You need a team of support who believes in you and the mission. Mr. Speaker, I'm eternally grateful to the St. Barnabas We Care team, a group of 50 plus community men and women, young and old, neighbors, friends, and family members who reside in the 5 communities that make up St. Barnabas: Coconut Grove, Big Pond, Black Village, Oaksfield, and Rock Crusher, who have answered the call to serve their fellow constituents, who believe, as I do, in the power of community. Through every need, Mr. Speaker, every challenge, every crisis, through every pain, through every loss, the St. Barnabas We Care team has been with the people of St. Barnabas by their side. Mr. Speaker, their dedication to the people and their compassion for the interest and their concern is seen and felt in every community project we have engaged in. Employment placement, the Team Up to Clean Up program, derelict vehicle program, school breakfast programs, grocery assistance, the after-school tutoring program, family nights, minor roof repair programs, senior citizen transportation program, national insurance verification, annual graduates banquet, hurricane preparedness, and mass grocery distribution, Mr. Speaker, particularly over the last 15 months. You know, Mr. Speaker, just in a humorous way, there's a lot of talk about election. Election may be there whenever it is. And I just wish to say that the St. Barnabas team continues to work on behalf of the people, all people, Mr. Speaker. And my people in St. Barnabas know that we serve all, and we serve all proudly. And there's a lot of prognosticators out there and predictions of what's going to happen. This is election time, soon they sudden show us. And in a humorous way, the only thing I can say to that is, Prime Minister Kalani, it's a good thing that you ensured that BAT is off adult diapers, because, elections can be a funny thing for some people, And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm just so very proud of the work that we do in St. Barnabas. All of these constituents have become like family, and they are family. And spent a lot of time with them. Some of the most difficult times, actually the most difficult times, have been not ensuring that a road is paved or that a pothole is filled, but when they lose a loved one. That's a time, Mr. Speaker, that only God can provide the solace that families do lose their loved ones. lose their loved ones did and truly deal with. Public servants in St. Barnabas, Mr. Speaker, many of my constituents are on the public service payroll and have been quite anxious about their salaries and employment status, given the status of finances of the country. And I'd like to commend the Prime Minister and the government for its diligent and thoughtful approach in allowing salaries and employment to stay intact for the thousands of public servants and many who reside in St. Barnabas. Mr. Speaker, we continue our service to the people of St. Barnabas, and I want them to know that they have their backs, and so does the St. Barnabas We Care team. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to serving the people, I have a simple view that you can't fake it, and that eventually people will find you out and call you out if you aren't serious. As often is said to me by my constituents, real knows real, Mr. Speaker. We're doing real things in St. Barnabas, and we will not stop. I continue to be guided by a conscience of humanity, not a conscience of politics, as I serve. And as I've stated before, Mr. Speaker, you serve all and the politics will take care of itself. Mr. Speaker, as I close, I wish to return to some of my initial thoughts. We are a great people, Mr. Speaker, whose potential are limitless. And in so being, it will be a great tragedy if we do not harness the opportunity, the collective courage to further advance the Bahamian people. Going forward from this crisis point, Mr. Speaker, we must decide right here, right now, if we as one unified nation will allow Bahamian history to reflect that we squandered our talents, our capacity, our abilities, our purpose, our know-how, or will it reflect that we stood up and selflessly rejected our own inclinations, political expediency, and political biases for the sake of country, for a promising and prosperous future for all our children? Will there be embedded in the history books, Mr. Speaker, that this was a time like no other when we would shape our destiny and not have our future shaped by how we lack fortitude, how we lack courage, how we lack the will to do what must be done? Even in the wake of this historic global pandemic and its impact on our nation, economically and otherwise, will the annals of history echo, Mr. Speaker, that ours was an historic response that paved the way for a remade Bahamas, undergirded by the national values of our forefathers, aligned with the innovation, ingenuity, the vision this moment demands, and the prosperity the Bahamian people deserve. Mr. Speaker, God bless the people of St. Barnabas, Bahamians everywhere, wherever they may be, over land, air, and sea, and may He continue to richly bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. St. Barnabas supports this budget.
Like that. Yeah. Benny, Chair recognizes a good number for Angliston.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Appreciate it. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy, I am once again privileged to stand in this honorable place on behalf of the people of Angliston. I do so to contribute to this 2022 budget debate, the final budget of this People's Time FNM administration. The people of Angliston are very pleased that we are finally at this juncture in the political life of our nation, as it signals a trek to the polls and the critical opportunity to arrest the destructive and mediocre course upon which this administration has taken our nation. As has been repeatedly said both inside and outside of this house, this is the worst government we have ever seen. And this is the worst budget ever laid in this parliament. Because as has been so ably pointed out by the member for Exuma and Ragged Island, and I was very proud of his contribution, this budget is a brazen and risky exercise in deception to hoodwink the Bahamian people in an election period. Mr. Speaker, what they do not seem to appreciate, Mr. Deputy, however, is that the Bahamian people are very savvy and have been taking notes from the very first flip-flop of this administration back in 2017 and have been studiously absorbing ever since every contradiction, every betrayal of trust, every misstep. And they have observed and felt, they have felt the consequences of these actions and inactions. And they will not forget, nor will they be hypnotized by dazzling goodies during these last days. In other words, Mr. Speaker, it is too late. And the people are waiting on time. The people's time is coming, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy. The member for Kalani solemnly promised the Bahamian people over and over from his heart and to his lips that he would implement fixed election dates. He claimed it was not right for the people to be in a guessing game in their democracy. But here we are, no legislation for fixed election dates, and the country is in a guessing game. This, like so many other purportedly sincere promises and allegedly solemn pledges, which it is now clear were devised to solicit votes at the time, because they ain't do it. These promises today remain either unfulfilled or completely violated. Mr. Deputy, in this upcoming election, there are some things even a doctor cannot heal, especially after that doctor is responsible for the injury and ailment. After trust is lost with the doctor, the patient will never submit to his care again. So I thank the people of Angleton to allow me to stand in this house on their behalf. It has been rough. It is rough. I thank them for allowing me to raise a voice in this nation on the issues that affect their lives and to resist the offending policies and laws that will have such an unfortunate impact on the valuable dreams and aspirations of a people. I want to begin my contribution, Mr. Deputy, by paying tribute to the late Sir Charles Carter. Sir Charles and I are actually from the same family line, both he and I coming from the Hasty clan. He was also the Member of Parliament for Holy Cross and served in the cabinet as a Minister of Health and as Minister of Foreign Affairs. Many may not know, but I cut my political teeth in frontline politics in the Holy Cross constituency, where I was named the Progressive Liberal Party candidate for the 2002 general elections. It was Sir Charles who took me into that constituency and introduced me to many of the people in that community. He drove me from one end to the next and all through in between, throwing his full support behind me. I was later moved to Angleton, where the rest is history. I am most grateful to him, however, for his contribution to the cultural life of this nation. Sir Charles understood the painful history of the Bahamian people, the loss of identity, the struggles with self-perception, and committed his life to a deliberate exercise of amassing and bringing to light the lovely story of the beauty, the humor, the resiliency, the strength of character, and the genius of the Bahamian people. And he did so in a massive collection of tapings of the oral history with interviews on diverse issues from a range of people of every race, of every age, and from every economic background. But he went further and he formed a radio station, Island FM 102.9, showcasing nothing but Bahamian music. He reminded us of the late music phenom, Joseph Spence, whose complex and rich rhythms and cadence on the guitar struck amazement in the international music community. I salute Sir Charles for a life devoted to uplifting the story, the character, and beauty of the Bahamian people. His contribution has been invaluable and enduring and bolstering of the fabulous intangibles of the Bahamian people. For these reasons, he is, without doubt, in my mind, a national hero. Mr. Speaker, I think we must all agree that the analysis of Exuma and Ragged Island of the budget numbers and the claims in Kalani's communication has been extremely incisive and successfully exposes the true nature of this exercise. And I invite everyone to access that analysis and read that, particularly before we go into general election. This budget communication and its subtle and repeated refrains, in my view, seek to do four things, either subliminally or overtly, in what is clearly a pre-election public relations campaign. But however, we have to admit, the member for Kalani and his public relations team have been harnessing both pre-election 2017 and continuously over the 4 years, the same notion. These are the four things that I believe they are seeking to communicate to the Bahamian people. Firstly, the budget communication repeats what has now become a constant and consistently repeated refrain that the PLP is incompetent and corrupt. We should remember these two words when we contemplate on the tenure and tenor of this minister-led administration. Secondly, the communication repeatedly claims that this administration and its successive budget exercises since 2017 allegedly levels the playing field and introduces policies which promote equity. That's number two. Thirdly, is the suggestion that the FNM party and this current manifestation in particular is a paragon of virtue and excellence in all its dealings, but in particular as it relates to the economy. And fourthly, the notion that this administration is a trusted custodian and trustee of the nation's patrimony. Speaker, it is my view that all of these claims are bogus. As to the first, the continued effort to sully the contribution of the PLP to our national progress. Mr. Deputy, it is an historical fact that the Progressive Liberal Party has been a critical engine of change, progress, and advancement for the Bahamian people in an unmatched, comprehensive fashion. No party can claim the level of achievement and progress that Progressive Liberal Party has brought. Its involvement in the life of our people has been positively purposeful. Hence, the history of the PLP is the history of the Bahamian people and of the modern Bahamas and the championing of rights of a previously oppressed people. And the charge was led by men and women of the Progressive Liberal Party and others, many of whom are today regarded as the heroes of our nation. So it is time for the FNM and its resistant UBP wing to get over it. To bring matters a little more current, however, the PLP, get current, that's the history. The PLP in the 5 years prior to the last election, in the 2012 to 17 term, known as the Christie administration, though imperfect, and I think every administration will have to admit in some level of imperfection, was focused and high performing. And this is despite meeting, when they took office, a borrowing resolution of over $540 million and being forced to borrow another $100 million from the IDB for the cost overruns from the road project. That's what we met when we got there. We also inherited an economy coming out of the worst recession in recent memory, with high unemployment and a significant deficit. We faced the fallout also of two major hurricanes, Joaquin, which barreled through the southern Bahamas and left pure destruction in its wake, and Matthew, which hit the two population centers of our country, New Providence and Grand Bahama. If I recall, in Matthew, there were almost a week where there was not a dollar coming in revenue. Everything stopped. Unlike this weak FNM administration, we did not spend the rest of our political term crying and complaining. We rolled up our sleeves and sought to mitigate the suffering of our people and move the country forward despite the setbacks and in spite of the challenges. The PLP was focused and high performing. And this administration knows it, because were it not for the initiatives of the prior administration, they themselves would have little to show for their own governance. As a quick and non-exhaustive reminder, and like I say, this is not exhaustive. We rolled out national health insurance, established the University of the Bahamas, increased the minimum wage from $150 weekly per week to $210 weekly, or a daily rate from $30 to $42, and an hourly wage from $4 to $5.25. And it is important to note, and Exuma spoke about it, we have committed that in the next Progressive Liberal Party administration, we will again adjust the minimum wage to more closely confront the cost of living. We created BAMSI, the Bahamas Agricultural and Marine Science Institute. We created the National Training Agency. We created the Ministry of Grand Bahama. We stimulated foreign direct investment. Now remember now, I said what we met and what we encountered and what we did. We rolled up our sleeves. We didn't sit in the little Tommy Tucker, sit in the corner crying. We stimulated foreign direct investment, leading to a significant expansion in our tourism product, introducing new brands to the Bahamas, including Hyatt, Rosewood, SLS, all at Bahama, the Warwick on Paradise Island, Resorts World in Bimini, Albany in the Western New Providence, the Marriott right here on West Bay Street, and the Bahamian-owned Island Hotel. All of that. We modernized the aviation sector, including multi-million-dollar investment in the state-of-the-art technology. Aviation is critical to your economic growth and development. We created the Public Defender's Office for the first time ever, allowing indigent accused persons to be able to access in a more formal and organized way legal assistance before the court. We drastically reduced the backlog of criminal cases. We introduced technology for witnesses to be heard remotely. We introduced Marco's Law. We eliminated manual accounting systems in the Registrar General's Department, the Road Traffic Department, the Department of Inland Revenue, and the National Insurance Board. And everyone who remembers the Road Traffic Department and the manual systems, the nightmare in that department, can attest or have some understanding of the importance of this measure. We created a maritime policy as a framework for the blue economy, went through the entire country doing that. We acquired a network of Dopplers, weather Doppler radars, to provide first time ever complete and comprehensive archipelagic surveillance. We enhanced the capacity of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force through the Sandy Bottom Project by the commissioning of the HMBS Arthur Dion Hanna, the HMBS Raleigh Gray, the HMBS Lawrence Major, the HMBS Cascarilla, the HMBS Kamalami, and the HMBS Madeira. And we commenced the work for the establishment of a new base in Ragged Island. Was it the Derwent Node? And the HMBS Derwent Node. Yes. HMBS Derwent Node. Now, I see the minister here, but I have been advised that the HMBS Arthur Dion Hanna has been laid up for 4 years awaiting repair. I am advised that that investment by today's value amounts to about $25 million and that it is laid up. And I'm wondering at some point if the minister can explain to us. But I'm further advised, which is even more disturbing, that there are only 2 vessels that are seaworthy for patrols.
Will the member rise? You rise on a point of, going to yield? Member Anglican is going to yield. Member from Mariah. You yield?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I sat here with no intentions of getting up today. I was listening to this presentation, which is almost laughable. It's almost laughable. No. It's almost laughable. Okay? What you did, but what you didn't do. What you didn't, let me speak to your, I'm on a point of order right now. Let me speak to your point.
But one second.
The member, Mr. Speaker, the member comes in here and make these assertions with no facts. 2 vessels functional? Please. Answer? This is a budget contribution. All right? This is a budget contribution. Bring an intelligent contribution to this cabinet.
Members.
Answer what question? Sit down, man.
Mariah, the chair is going to control the shit. One second. One second, sir.
Come with these false assertions.
Mariah, please. Sit down, please. Not Mariah.
Listen to
Mariah, please.
Please.
Sit down.
Okay.
Mariah, sit down. Mariah. Please. No, just 1 second. Listen. Members. Mariah, the member for Anglican yield, in my estimation, to allow you to clarify the point. Now, the chair is only inviting you to clarify the point. We don't need to get into any, just clarify the point. And then if you disagree, enlighten the members for Anglican in the House, and then pleasantly.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I will not mislead this House, but to say that there are only 2 vessels operational is totally incorrect. It's totally incorrect.
Okay.
You came to this House with information.
One second, Carolyn.
All right? Come to this House with factual information.
Mom, can you just answer if you're disagreeing with
yes,
with Anglican, just answer her and then be
the member for Anglican. It's interesting. They brought Eddie Hanna, they brought this vessel, they brought that vessel. But yet, there was no infrastructure to accommodate this $250+ million investment. No no infrastructure, no training of officers.
One
We
second.
just had.
Anglison, I'm
Can
gonna
I
allow you.
finish?
Anglison, I'm gonna allow you to.
This-
I'm gonna allow you.
Mr. Speaker, it's to this point. It's
Yeah,
to this
so
point.
yeah, I'm gonna
We
allow
just-
you to.
this
I
gov-
can't have two members on it.
Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, I'm gonna allow him to
Mr.
finish his
Speaker.
point in 1 minute, and I'll
This
let you.
government, you,
Can you-
you invested close to $300 million. This is on a point of order to that point. Well, hold it. You speak to, Mr. Speaker.
Members.
I'm speaking on a point of order.
Can you?
The member.
There's no need, Mariah,
Yes.
to have a speech on it.
Thank you.
Answer her. If she
Mr.
said two
Speaker,
votes are laid up,
the member.
explain to the Bayman people
the
whether
member-
or not two votes are laid up or not, and clear the point within a few seconds.
Okay, thank you. The member alluded to what they invested in.
I see that.
Okay, but the investment was not secured. Okay, those vessels were operating under their own power for almost 5 years.
All right, thank you.
5 years.
Thank you, Mama.
But Mr. Speaker, we have much more than two vessels operating. So I'll get the facts.
Yes.
to you.
Yes, thank you, Mama.
The minister had 2 hours, you know.
Yes, sir.
Angleston would like to have its voice.
Mama, let's.
We enhanced capacity of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force through the Sandy Bottom Project by the commissioning of, and I was there most, the HMBS Arthur Dion Hanna. I was there for that one. The HMBS Raleigh Gray. You should have been there for that one. The HMBS Lawrence Major. The HMBS Derwood Knowles. The HMBS Cascarilla. The HMBS Kamalami. And the HMBS Madeira. Now, I heard the member get up and talk about we didn't do this and we ain't do that. I said what we did. Now, I want to repeat again. I am advised that the HMBS Arthur Dion Hanna has been laid up for 4 years, awaiting repair, and investment by today's value of $25 million, sitting up, gathering dust. Now, the member has indicated that it's much more than 2 vessels for patrol. Well, I'm sure you will come and clarify it. This is what my information is, but I will go with what the minister information is, even though he has not clarified how many. He said much more. And no, there's nothing to object to. I said I accept what you say.
Would you rise on one? What's your point of order, Angleston? Sorry, Mama Mariah. He's on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, the member for Angleston is making certain assertions. And then she has the audacity to say she hoped that I will clear up what she's saying. Then she knows that what she's saying is totally incorrect. Okay? And the member knows, Mr. Speaker, that if she needed answers to these questions, just as how she contacts me for other things, she can contact me for that. And I will give her the correct answer.
Mama Mariah, I think you addressed this issue before in the House. Either as we move forward.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Yes.
The way she did.
Okay. Well, if you don't have the answers, then you don't know whether I'm misleading or not. Get the answers and then form a view. Don't get defensive. I have been told there were only 2. The minister is saying that's not true. I accept what the minister says, and I believe because he's a minister, and I am certain that he will enlighten the parliament, because we have defense force officers all over this country, and they're listening, and so he will let us know what the facts are. And what would Arthur Dion know? You didn't mention.
Member, Mama Mariah, can we either you're going to stand on a point of order or clarification, or let the member for Angleston carry. Angleston, carry on, please.
Calm down over there, North Abago. Calm down. Mrs. Deputy, I noticed the minister did not comment on the HMBS Arthur Dion Hanna. Sometimes you say more by what you're not saying. But in any event, it's been 4 years, so you should know by now. But in any event, we will leave that. That will be something we will have to look at. I hope you do. We established the Marjorie Davis Institute for Special Education. This was during, all of these things were during the 2012-2017 period when we have been accused of being incompetent and corrupt. We created the reform of the social net through the RISE program, which was subsequently stopped by the prior administration, but it was ardently advanced at the time by the then minister. We enacted the Persons with Disabilities Act. We renamed Labor Day in honor of Sir Randall Fox. We completed phases 2 and 3 of the Lyndon Pindling International Airport, both the domestic and international terminals. We redeveloped the San Salvador International Airport. Bear in mind what I said, what we were dealing with. We didn't sit in the corner and cry all day and cry for years. We started working to alleviate the suffering of our people. We constructed a new aerodrome in Stanley Key, Exuma. We reconstructed the Mayaguana runway, which allowed for the first time in years for Bahamas Air to land on that runway, that island way down south. We completed the Marsh Harbor Airport and renamed it the Leonard M. Thompson International Airport. We completed the installation of solar emergency lights on every single government-owned airport or airstrip. We completed redevelopment plans through a reputable architectural firm of the Exuma International Airport. 4 years later, I don't know what happened, but we completed that. And we were in the early origins with the plans of North Eleuthera Airport, and those works were beginning in train. We concluded air service agreements with scores of countries, including paving the way for the inaugural flight of Condor Air out of Germany. We introduced new airlift out of various ports in the United States, to Exuma, to Abaco, to Grand Bahama, to Nassau, to San Salvador, and reconstruction was well underway for the Fishing Hole Road Bridge in Freeport. We initiated the Grand Bahama Shipyard Employment Program. We introduced a stimulus package that provided concessions for East and West Grand Bahama, equal to those enjoyed by residents in Freeport. We negotiated a deal with Hutchinson Whampoa and Sunwing for the opening of the Reef Hotel as Memories All-Inclusive and the continued operation of the Grand Lucayan and Casino with airlift from Canada and 7 new gates in the United States. After the damage caused by the hurricane that shut that hotel down, we quickly entered into negotiations and concluded an agreement in principle for the sale of the property. This is the same property now that they're paying. How much is this month we're paying for that? We're paying millions and millions and millions. So the Hain people are paying for this hotel now. We exceeded the 5 million and the 6 million mark for tourist arrivals. We constructed houses, undertook major renovations to healthcare facilities from the east to west end, east end to west end. Construction was underway for a new administration complex in 8 Mile Rock and a new high school in Holmes Rock. We completed the construction of a new fire station. We enacted the Family Island Development Act to encourage increased development of the Family Islands. And my personal favorite, of which I am most proud and gratified because of the tremendous work and the incredible collaboration of Bahamian professionals, the determination, the courage, the groundbreaking historic signing of the Sovereign Airspace Agreement after years of fight. Something which we in the PLP committed to in our party platform. The FNM's connection with this issue, the only thing they have said publicly is that we will never control our airspace. But we have always believed that the Bahamian people were able to take control of its own airspace. I come into you, so take it easy. I come into you. Take it easy, man. Take it easy. There is much, much more, Mr. Deputy. But all in all, we were on an aggressive agenda for the modernization and expansion of our economy while enhancing human capacity. In fact, contrary to the claims of Kalani and the others, we exhibited a high level of competency and an intensity of focus. One of you would ask Mount Moriah to calm down and just allow me to finish my presentation. You get, do not, when you get stung, don't let it, so you gotta be careful you get stung like that and you keep going on and on. Take it easy. Take it easy. Take it easy. If you could come back, that's okay. I want you to come back. We want to know the truth. Okay, but take it easy. Take it easy. Okay, you will make sure it comes out of
Members, y'all, members.
Speaker.
All right, let's let
Yes,
English
you need
finish.
to just take it easy over there. Take it easy, man. Take it easy.
I'm listening.
Yes, yes, I can sing. In fact, contrary to the claims of Kalani and the others, we exhibited a high level of competency and an intensity of focus and massive accomplishment in just a few years. These are the facts. These are the facts. This was so even as we were compelled to bring all the array of financial services legislation. Just like y'all have absolutely been overrun by them. But we had the same issue. And we did them to confront the blacklistings. When we were government and the blacklistings came, you said that you berated us. And you said that we did wrong to our nation. We dropped the ball, you this, you that, because you get downgrade, you get this, all these things. As fate would have it, on their taking office, Mr. Deputy, the country has been hit with multiple blacklistings, but they rationalize these events not as wronging a people, which is when we were there, but as the unjust product of the unfair politics of the OECD and others. So why wasn't for that when the Progressive Liberal Party was dealing with the very same issues? But I am seeking to show, Mr. Deputy, the distortions, the twisting, the misrepresentations, and the unrelenting mission to give an impression of the Progressive Liberal Party. But we all know now that we did not teeth the VAT. And every dollar was fully accounted for through the same systems and processes that this administration fully relies on. No millions went missing to cronies, as was said in this parliament. And now we heard when the Minister of Finance at that time quipped to the media because they kept pounding him. He said, "Do I speak Greek? The money is right there." What were you speaking when you said something different in this parliament about money missing? You can't account for it. I think it was 42 million. No independent evidence was ever provided in this parliament, never, to support any one of these scurrilous accusations. Yet these untrue claims were repeated over and over and over. How sad. How sad. How sad, man. You're manipulating the Bahamian people, man. No VAT money was stolen. No hurricane funding money was missing. No Auditor General's report ever indicated any such gross mismanagement. Calm down, man. Listen, you get
I'm just speak to the chair. 1 second. I'm right.
Take it easy, man.
I'm listening.
Thank you. But Mr. Speaker, they sought reinforcement of the notion of corruption by the prosecution of 2 former members of parliament. Yeah, just talk about this. But it backfired. No, I ain't going that direction. Just calm down. I ain't going that direction. But it backfired. We don't want to go through the commentary of the judge on that matter. But it backfired. And it exposed those actions for what they were. Political prosecutions. A never before seen thing in this country. This is what this administration did. This is what this you realize how serious that is? How serious, how that puts at risk every citizen? Speaker, Deputy? No, I'm not okay with that. I know you okay, but I'm not okay with that. Okay, good. 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 And we have been reminded that the first tour of duty and travel of our Prime Minister, he impliedly sold the perception of a corrupt Bahamas. How sad! How sad! The claim of PLP mismanagement is untrue, unsupported, and scurrilous, Mr. Deputy. The second claim is that this budget is somehow advancing principles of equity. I heard that word a few times. And purportedly leveling the playing field. I heard that a few times for Bahamians. We know why going into an election they would want to sell this notion in light of the true track record of this administration of catering to the rich and the wealthy and burdening without conscience the poor in this country. So when we look at the actions, Mr. Deputy, would you ask Mount Moriah to calm down and do? Just relax. Just get the answers for us on HMBS Arthur Dion Hannah. We need the answer on that one. Just let us know. The second claim, yeah, let us know. And trust me, you don't want to mislead this parliament. No. I want you to tell me what's happening with that vessel. Tell me what's happening to HMBS Arthur Dion Hannah. 4 years, $25 million. The second claim is that, and we don't even talk about that vessel because, you know, that's another story. You don't get to that. Yes.
Members, Mama Mariah, members, no, one second. Members, yeah, stop. Can you stop? I understand. Members on both sides, particularly the government side. Particularly the government side. Let's let Angliston make a point. Angliston, I know you and Mount Moriah are going back for each other. That's the point I'm trying to make. Can you address the comment to the speaker, Mount Moriah? Let's let you've already indicated or undertaken to the chair that you would on the House that you provide, unless you're ready to provide the information, or you have a point of order. I'm Angliston, the chair gonna Mount Moriah, please. That's the member. Angliston, please.
Yes. I'm not speaking directly. I'm trying to give my contribution.
Yeah.
But the member is very agitated, and I'm just hoping he will just get the information for us and calm down. Mr. Deputy, the second claim, I'm trying to contribute, and you spoke. Nobody did this to you, you know. Relax, man. Let me speak. Okay. The second claim is that the budget is somehow advancing principles of equity and purportedly leveling the playing field for Bahamians. Is this my second 30 minutes? Okay, I gotta move. Don't disturb me. Leave me alone now. Okay?
I understand.
Okay. We know why going into an election they would want to sell the notion in light of the track record of this administration of catering to the rich and wealthy and burdening without conscience the poor. So when we look at the actions of this administration, we can only conclude these claims are mere audacious words which bear no relationship to the facts. In this regard, and I don't like doing this, but I have to, the performance of Kalani disappoints even me. Mr. Deputy, Kalani frequently reminds us that he grew up in Bain Town, sewing pants and selling newspaper. But I can only say, Mr. Deputy, as young people say, he get rich and switch. Because the policies of this administration represent a complete abandonment of the working and middle classes of this country and an almost slave-like capitulation to the interests of the elite and super wealthy, both foreign and domestic. In fact, the member himself admitted to the Bahamian people when he says the poor will get attention next time. So he's keeps admitting it. How sad. Mr. Speaker, this administration disbanded the Revenue Enhancement Unit. We've heard that over and over in here. I've been advised that that unit was bringing in significant revenue to the tune of almost $30 million monthly. That there was a meeting with McKinsey who had done a report, and they were able to represent how that unit would be able to garner significant revenue on a recurring basis. But it was disbanded by this administration. But their work led to, as I said, significant collecting of revenues for the public treasury and for the greater good of our people. This included pursuing delinquency of high-end individuals and entities. Disbanding the unit for that time being, I don't know what's happening now, took the heat off them and led to a dramatic fall off in revenues. Then, when revenue was not being realized, they decided to increase taxes on the backs of an already struggling Bahamian people by a 60% increase of VAT. Then, for the sake of populist politics, created exemptions on certain breadbasket items, which had the effect, on one end, of indiscriminately removing VAT to benefit everyone, including the wealthiest amongst us. So they took advantage of that, and driving up prices, leading to the highest cost of living ever experienced in this country. Stunting consumerism, and they were advised, you increase VAT, people are going to get very conservative in spending. Stunting consumerism, softening growth in the GDP, and in fact, deepening inequity in an unparalleled fashion. Joblessness grew, and you abandoned labor in this country when they have been most vulnerable. Indeed, the only time the member for Freetown speaks on this issue is when he raises his voice in defense of the foreign employer over and above the protests of the Bahamian worker. How sad. And in the face of this calamity of ill-advised decisions, which drove up the cost of living to record heights, increased suffering, and enhanced human vulnerability, this government decided to cut back on social assistance for school uniforms and shoes for children living in poverty. How sad. Equity and leveling the playing field. Children in poverty. Crayons, yes. And as we speak, suffering Bahamians continue to face barriers to assistance and social services at the worst economic time in the history of this country. A time when it is almost commonplace now to hear of young single mothers sleeping in cars with their children. But all along, they crept in hefty breaks for the wealthy. This F&M administration made generous tax revisions. I remember that in here, I raised it to multinational billion-dollar companies at the expense of the Bahamian people. This even as they were happy to impose a 60% tax increase burden on the heads of an already struggling Bahamian people. Billion-dollar multinational companies. They introduced a business license fee reduction, which had no impact for small or medium businesses, but in fact benefited the wealthiest of the wealthiest in this country, with an outturn, businesses with an outturn of 50 million or more, conceding possibly to millions of dollars in tax exemptions to millionaires and billionaires. Who remembers the exemptions or tax reductions for aircraft-related items, on the medical supplies, concessions on fine art? Think about that. We cannot forget that one letter from Life with Me, one letter, caused an entire government to revisit its legislation and reverse itself on a taxation decision. Where was the equity? Who remembers when the then Minister of Finance proclaimed in this House that taxation principles were not so simple as the taxing of the rich, more because of the negative effect it could have on the poor? I mean, that went, the news carried that. This is a statement, in my view, which goes against all sound principles of taxation globally. You should tax more those who have more. It cannot be correct to place burden on the least amongst us while giving hefty concessions to the very rich. How sad, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, they tinkered with the immigration laws and made some very serious structural changes, which have sent our country back to what I call pre-1967 immigration policies, with the introduction of the Commercial Enterprises Act. We did not support that in the Progressive Liberal Party, where virtual automatic work permits may be issued for certain industries and businesses without the usual due diligence to determine where there is a Bahamian to fill the position, and the amendment to the Immigration Act, which now allows foreign professionals to enter the Bahamas for 14 days at a time and work. Do they even know what Bahamianization is, Mr. Deputy? Where was the equity for the embattled Bahamian worker? How sad. Mr. Speaker, they introduced the Over the Hill initiative, which was originally touted as some transformational policy to alleviate poverty, to include eliminating outside toilets by 2025. But this has proven, in my view, to be most muted in its impact, and certainly not what it claimed to be. I heard the PM's comments about the 49 people who benefited from the initiative, leading to domino effect of employment, etc. I am told it would be interesting to see the list of those comprising those 49. We hope in this budget we will get that list. And I'm asking the minister would kindly provide us with same. But the program has fallen short of its sale point as a transformational initiative. Initially, when I spoke in this parliament, I likened it to a glorified urban renewal program. But this has brought little energy to the table and has no resemblance even to an urban renewal program. When it took off, that it met when it took office, which at that time had an aggressive small house repair program. And Kalani knows because I believe he got more houses than me repaired under that program. Yes. See the minister right there sitting next to you. This Over the Hill program, unlike its predecessors, deliberately excluded Angliston for what appears to me to be obvious reasons. This could have been an opportunity to promote greater equity amongst Bahamians. People in Angliston too, they like equity too. But this administration chose to discriminate. And it seems there is no real commitment to addressing the serious issues of poverty in this country. And I'm told that there is a small house repair program that I've been pushing and arguing and etc. But what I've seen is lackluster and has lacks gusto and any real involvement for what I can see. Now, of course, I'm in Angliston and that might have a difference why I don't really know what's happening. But I know that rain last night, I can only imagine the misery experienced in houses in Angliston and in houses throughout New Providence, in Mount Moriah, homes in Abaco and Grand Bahama, where people still remain in tents and damaged homes post Hurricane Dorian. And I'm asking, at least fix the park in Angliston. You don't have to give us, you didn't give it to us, but at least fix the park. The surface is slippery and it's causing injury. I'm told someone had a serious injury. So I'm asking to help me fix the park. The minister is here. I've spoken to him about it, but I need it to be, I don't want to be the stepchild of the Bahamas government at this time. Yeah.
I recognize Mr. Michael.
Mr. Speaker, I just want the member for Angliston to know that we are committed to doing whatever has to be done to make that park in Angliston safe as we are seeking to do with other parts throughout the country. That's important to us.
Thank you, Michael.
And I want to thank the member for Carmichael because he's on that credo where you don't make a distinction on those issues, and I appreciate what he has said. So, quite apart from promoting equity and leveling a playing field, through your policies, you have actually marginalized Bahamians. We see it again in this budget, where you cleverly couch back concessions for purchases of land for the construction of homes in Abaco and Grand Bahama. But as was being pointed out by Exuma, the concession for Bahamian first home owners is already in place. It's law for homes under 500,000. So what this provision actually does is provide a concession for non-Bahamian homeowners to buy up land in these islands, or Bahamians who have the financial wherewithal to build a second home. That's what this actually does. And I think we better think very carefully about that, opening the floodgates in that way to incentivize foreign ownership in these islands. And speaking of homes, it is clear for all to see by now that you have no real housing program, just a few interventions here and there. You've not addressed the real human need. You've not addressed the real human need, and in particular, affordable housing for ordinary working class Bahamians. Even your own minister, former Minister of Finance, the member for East Grand Bahama, has said, and I agree with him on this point only, and got to make that distinction. But I agree with him on this point, that the proposed development in Western New Providence is discriminatory, deepens division and inequity. This is not creating equity and leveling the playing field. Most systems of taxation worldwide would place a more proportionate burdens of tax on the wealthy, while this administration seems to want to do the opposite, and in doing so, actively perpetuate and reinforce an inequitable system, one that has us today bitterly taxing the poor while giving ridiculous breaks to the richest of the rich. We heard the same kind of arguments when, as a first act, the FNO administration reversed business license fees on companies with a turnover of $50 million or more. And I spoke to that earlier. And I have the company's name here, but it's not useful to do that. But and there were several huge, mega companies that benefit from that concession. So where is the promotion of true equity? Where is this level playing field? All we see is the deepening of inequity under your watch. Your claims are mere words and have no bearing on your actions. So sad. And while I'm on this point, I'm asking again, on behalf of the reservists, they say they had an arrangement with the police as to how they would be paid for going into the shelters. And they're saying they've not been paid. They've asked me to raise it again. I am appealing to the minister to speak to the members of the force, whoever it is, to get an understanding of what it is these people are saying.
The member finance is yielding. The member for Mount Moriah.
Addressed on multiple occasions, okay? The member for Angliston has this tendency to come into the house and, you know when they're off track. They, she, he, who are they? Okay, this matter was addressed. It was addressed effectively. I have spoken to both commissioners, the former commissioner and the current commissioner, okay? Who they would have spoken to. Commissioners run the force, and none of the commissioners who would have served during that period, okay, can confirm anything the member for Angliston is saying. Who's they?
Thank you, member for Mount Moriah.
They are reservist officers who are, I assume, are respected and were trusted sufficiently to man these shelters. So I've raised it again for them. I see it's been dismissed out of hand again. And so, they will continue to fight on their behalf. They'll know. They're listening as we speak.
I don't want to get into who the reserve is. I speak to reservists every day. Many of the reservists in the Royal Bahamas Police Force Reserve are my friends and would have worked along with me. But I just got a note from the commissioner, Mr. Speaker. The reservists were paid for 200 hours, all right, up from the 150 hours, okay? But we continue to come, Mr. Speaker, in this House, and to continue to address an issue that had been addressed a long time ago. But the member continue for today. Please tell me, introduce me today, please. I look forward to today.
Member for Anderson, one second. The member for Mount Moriah has given the answer. He's the minister for the
Right.
armed forces.
Yes. But
and he has quoted, I trust as minister, he has quoted the commissioner of police.
I heard him.
You made your point.
Right.
He gave you an answer. That's
Right.
just.
No, but I think that, I'm not disputing that.
Yes.
What they are saying, and I've been trying to get, I was trying to get this to the minister. They are saying that the rate upon which they would be paid, they have not been paid at that rate. Yes. Well, okay. Anyway, no, not me. Okay. And it's a bit petty to even say such a thing. Okay. But it's up to you. These are earnest concerns, but you don't think so, no problem. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, I misspoke, Mr. Speaker. Okay, I know you do. I know you do. I know you do. Special. Thirdly, we are continuously bombarded with the notion that an F&M government is innately and naturally paragons of virtue, exemplars of good governance and financial prudence. We have heard them tout over the last 4 years the initiatives they have taken to promote fiscal transparency, financial prudence, and accountability, unlike the reckless PLP. What they fail to mention, however, is that they have deviated substantially from the blueprint they met in place and have actually, in my view, become less responsible. The Christie administration reinstated the Public Service Audit Committee to review all reports of the Auditor General and to make recommendations for improvement and follow-up. This important committee, however, was virtually disbanded upon this administration coming into office in 2017 and did not appoint a new committee until 2019, leaving a substantial oversight gap for at least 2 years of their administration. So much for transparency and accountability. And speaking of the Auditor General, it was this administration who promised to bring law to strengthen the office of the Auditor General and its independence. But as we know, that has yet to happen, even in the waning days of this administration. It is factual that it was the Christie administration which entered into a $40 million loan with the IDB to improve public sector financial management, inclusive of a modernized accounting and payroll system. This program lost political support and fell short of its goals. Recent public commentary from a Bahamian procurement expert, and I really want to refer to this. And this is Daniel Ferguson, and this is in the Tribune, not the Tribune, sorry. Here it is. No, that's not. That's your man? Sorry, he's a good man. Here it is. It's in the Tribune. And just to know who he is he's a member of the Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply with over 25 years in experience in public procurement. He's a former procurement officer in the Ministry of Health, a former component coordinator for the IDB-sponsored Public Financial Management Reform Project, and in particular, the public procurement regulations, and he was involved in the drafting of legislation. And he says...
The newspaper and date, please, Anderson. In which newspaper and which date?
The Tribune.
The Tribune, which date? You have a date on that?
The date is the 14th of June. Oh, no, sorry, the 1st of June, 2021. But this is what he says. He says, what I find to be surprising, this was last week, is that sometime in March this year, 8 school bus service contracts held by vendors in Central Andros were brought to an end by the Ministry of Education. while other vendors were awarded the contracts. Despite the public procurement bill being passed in Parliament on the March 15th, one would have thought Ministry of Education's officials would have least have engaged in best practices by requesting proposals for this service via the print media and the government's procurement system. However, and he goes on, he talks about the buses, and then he talks about sidewalks being built across the length and breadth of New Providence, roads being paved, Governor General's residence being renovated, the Ministry of Works being repainted, and additions being made to certain clinics. He said, I can go on, but I've yet to see an advertisement requiring proposals for these works in the print media. You know, remember how we were castigated about the manner in which contracts were given? And then he says, what is even more interesting, a policy decision in April 2020 was made by the cabinet, which states that all government procurement is mandated to be done through the e-procurement supplier registry. And he describes what it is. It's not happened. And he goes through, and my time is running out. As Exuma say, I wish I had more time. But the bottom line is, this is the one who's so accountable and transparent and all these things.
What did that document be brought?
Can I do it at the end? Because I know you can give me some more time. They have been grossly interrupted. Mr. Deputy, it was the Christie administration that initiated the work on the fiscal transparency legislation and the new debt management framework. That administration passed into law a suite of laws. This administration, which the manner in which they are designed, they will have no relevance to this administration until or this budget. So much for transparency and accountability. What is clear is that the Christie administration had substance, while this administration has flaming style, not flaming, flamming. And the Small Business Development Center was also something that they met in the workings. The click to clear, click to share, et cetera, et cetera. The reduction in the 2018 deficit, which is being heralded in this debate, was largely attributed to work done between 2012 and 2017, not some good thing that they did, in strengthening the revenue administration efforts, which was immediately reversed once the full effects of the VAT increase was felt. Give me a break, Kalani. Give me a break. Give me a break, please. Okay, go ahead. So any headroom, because they talk about how their excellent accounting has led to this headroom, it's not correct. Any headroom boasted of during the downturn in the pandemic months and which allowed assistance programs can be attributed to the 2012-2017 period. And, you know, this constant chronic reference to these bills, this is the only government I see say they pay in another administration's bills for 4 years. 4 years. And they've never independently verified these bills. But if you believe they have no credibility, then you must take that with a grain of salt. Even your borrowing has been sullied by negligence. And the IMF says you missed the global standard when you went out there to get that bond and put this country at risk. They said the two things. And as we raised already in this house, you failed to bring a report accounting for all contracts given in this pandemic period, which you are required to do by law, and be supposed to believe that you're some great paragon of accountability. And as the member for Exuma raised, we still don't know what your detailed spending on the Lucayan Renewal Holdings. We don't know the true financial facts about the post office conflict of interest deal. We don't know the outcome of the investigation into the firing of an entire BPL board in the face of concerns raised by that chairman at the time as to certain unethical dealings. The mysterious disappearance of the Oban file, the surreptitious appointments of members to this house, members of this House to new first-time ever executive chairman posts of boards never told us. The quiet increase in benefits for cabinet ministers and an attempt to impose salary increases for legislators, which you once claimed you were opposed to do. Do we remember the promise to account for travel of ministers and sizes of delegations? And the new rule of giving, no, you ain't going, no one's going now, but you undertook to do it, you've never done it. The giving of per diems to the spouses of traveling with ministers. First time that has ever happened in the history of this country. In truth, Mr. Deputy, the performance of this administration has been beyond disappointing. Even in the years before the onset of Hurricane Dorian, they consistently failed to meet GDP growth projections. And what little growth we did see was very likely attributed to the opening of Bahama, which they opposed and opposed and opposed. Despite increasing taxes, you were unable to meet your revenue projections. Yet you persisted and do so even now in this budget, making unrealistic and very likely unattainable representations to the Bahamian people. Even in the years,
Thank you. Madam Chair, I recognize the Southern Shore.
Mr. Deputy, I move that the business of the House extends beyond the 7 p.m. hour.
It's been moved and seconded that the business of this House continues beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. The business of this House will continue beyond the 7 p.m. hour. Chair again recognizes the member for Angliston.
even in the years before Dorian and COVID-19, they did nothing to grow the economy. There's been no new paradigm, no exciting nothing. And in the midst of this stagnation of economic activity, prices soared, the tax burden increased, and wages remained stagnant, and suffering has set in. You've borrowed at staggering and unsustainable levels. As Exuma and Ragged Island pointed out, not only are you borrowing foreign currency to build sidewalks, but our interest expense is now bigger than the budget for education and health. So much for the claim of competent management, trusted and transparent oversight. The fourth thing, and I'm going to move quickly on this because this is where they constantly try to sell this notion that they are some trusted custodians of our sacred patrimony. Bear in mind, it was the FNM that gave away the Arawak port to 19 families and prohibited any other Bahamian from establishing a port or similar facility in New Providence for decades. Remember, it was this FNM and the member of Kalani himself who was right there sitting in the cabinet, supporting and promoting and defending these policies, including the giveaway of BTC. And I got the numbers, but I won't go into that because it's a sad story of what has happened with BTC, including the giveaway of the invaluable underwater fiber optic cable, which provides connectivity throughout the Bahamas with a spur to Haiti, which was invested at more than $353 million, just given away. They have a history of frittering away our patrimony. Now, that's the truth. They have a history of frittering away our patrimony. But we don't have to look backwards to see that this administration are not to be ever trusted with our patrimony. We saw the deal they tried to bring in for the so-called Aban deal. That involved hundreds of acres of crown land and seabed, and it's now being exposed as a very suspect enterprise in almost every way. And we must watch very carefully what is afoot with the marijuana industry, who is intended to benefit because we know how that goes. And on this note, I urge this government to respectfully listen to the Rastafarians who have been in their request to be lawfully permitted to engage in their sacrament. I am told that in the shadows of this administration has entered into a deal to divest for some 50 years, to divest the historic sites of our nation. Yes, and that includes the Water Tower, Fort Charlotte, Fort Castle, Fort Montague, the National Museum, Pompey Museum, Government House, and Botanical Gardens. They haven't had the courtesy to speak to the Bahamian people about what they are doing with our patrimony. And we would like to know, and I've seen some of the names and who they have, I'm told they've entered into an agreement with or seek to do so, are well-known supporters of this administration. And then I've spoken again and may have, thank you.
Sum it up in like 4 minutes.
Inquiring minds want to know who will be contracted to collect the overflight fees on behalf of the Bahamian people. We are hearing some things and we are watching. And what is the rumored plan to privatize and monetize the Doppler radar network, which belongs to the Bahamian people, and who is to benefit? I've spoken repeatedly in this house about the Prince George Dock, a giveaway of this administration. The Paradise Island Crown Land, a Bahamian shafted by this government for a foreign cruise company. We are waiting to hear the details on transferring the country's government buildings to the management of Hollow Esco Partners and how that is going to work. We don't trust you to negotiate for us. We still want to know whether a license has been granted for underwater treasure exploration from sunken vessels, and if so, to who and on what terms. We keep hearing about PPPs for our airports, which are gateways to our country, and whose ownership and management should never be compromised, with no details, no nothing. Who are you doing business with? It's sickening. Even the contract for LPIA was renewed with the management company there, with no detail, no information on our airport. We are watching the activity on Junkanoo Beach, which is allegedly taking away beach space for the public. We would like to know who is the lucky person that was able to acquire this space. Mr. Speaker, the words of Kalani and all others do not coincide with reality. They cannot be trusted. They have not honored the sacred trust of this people. And I'm trying to, I need some more time.
2 more minutes.
We know we came through the most horrific hurricane we've ever experienced. But long before these events, you made terrible missteps, which made us worse off, more vulnerable to the ravages of crises. Even your handling of the pandemic has yielded mixed results. If only you listened more to the experts and professionals, we would have never experienced the onslaught brought on by the reckless opening of the borders and the deadly unleashing of the virus into our communities. If you were more sensitized to your people's suffering, you would not have waited 3 months to bring a food assistance to the population. If you gave more thought, you might have come up with a creative solution for housing assistance, where so many people, including children, ended up on the streets. If you'd engage more public education to raise awareness, as is the norm for infectious disease, perhaps our numbers and cases and deaths would not have been so staggering. If you paid greater attention to frontline workers in the healthcare system, it could have gone a long way to bolstering morale in the most difficult and risky of circumstances. And if you applied your emergency rules uniformly, it would have gone a long way to diffusing cynicism and engaging universal compliance. If you did not think it right and decent to declare a population in lockdown without notice or warning, and without allowing people to acquire even basic items for human survival, your credibility would have been stronger and more greatly respected. And I move on to that from that, but you know, we're grateful that we've made it this far, Mr. Deputy, with the pandemic, but mistakes were made, serious mistakes were made.
So a minute more, Commissioner.
Yes. The many solemn promises made by this administration to lure the Bahamian people to vote for them have now fallen into the dust, and they're trying to resuscitate them to win another 5 years. The promises, however, which seem to have died a natural death, are these such as legislation for a system of recall for non-performing members of parliament, the promise to the unions and to labor that you would deal with the issue of the redundancy cap of 12 years for worker compensation. That would have been so important right now. You should have done it. The pledge to bring legislation to empower the industrial tribunal.
30 seconds to sum up, Anderson.
The promises to persons with disability. Okay, I will end with this, Mr. Deputy.
Yes.
Mr. Deputy, it is clear we need a new day in this country. The substandard political participation is falling beneath the expectations of the Bahamian people. Bahamians are concerned with the state of our healthcare, the state of our schools. They're concerned more and more about the state of violence in this country, the deteriorating social condition. The crisis of the pandemic and recurring natural disasters must be a wake-up call to begin to craft out a shining new reality for our people. If there is one good that can come out of the pain, the devastation, the loss, the suffering, it must be that we cannot come out of this the same way we went in. This must be the impetus for a new day. We have paid heftily a price for what must be a great reward for ourselves and for generations yet unborn. I thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you. All right, get on it. Okay. Thank you, Angliston. The chair recognizes member for Mount Moriah.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Just wanted to clarify some comments made earlier by the member for Angliston. She made note of the Arthur Dion Hanna, and that was reported 4 years ago when it was grounded. The grounding was significant, and the defense force set out to negotiate with the insurance company as well as Damen for the repairs of that vessel. I'm pleased to report that they would have reached an agreement, but there are some additional issues having to do with that. And so let me give you quickly, Mr. Speaker, the backdrop. 4 years.
I understand. Mount Moriah, just a minute.
Yeah, because
no one
it's
else
all
started a
connected.
debate on it. Okay.
So when we came into office 4 years ago, we would have made some revelations. One, that these vessels were operating under their own power. But I'm answering your question. They were operating under their own power at a cost of close to $10,000 a month generator, because there was no electrification of the base no shore supply to accommodate the vessel. The defense force, the experts, were very concerned about this because these are retrofitted vessels. And so the more they operate under their power, it lessened the years of the vessels. In addition, more wear and tear. In addition, these vessels we corrected that as a government. These vessels had to go south, Ragged Island, Inagua. And when they ran out of fuel, they had to traverse back to Nassau. Additional wear and tear. We have corrected that issue. There's about 70%, and this is normal in the business of naval business, but 70% of the vessels are operational. Not the ones that, a few of them that are not operational have generator issues. And those generator issues are as a result of the same problem of these boats having to run under their own. So the wear and tear on the generators of those vessels. This is part of the reason why we say we had to address these issues. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the repairs to these vessels, we had no engineers in place. So if the vessel needed a minor repair, we had to go to Damen to have it done. This government, and I announced that, and I don't know if the member was aware, just signed in excess of $5 million contract to address this issue, to train Bahamians. Okay, because we thought it was crazy to invest close to $300 million in vessels, and you had no one in this country to repair. You had no maintenance. And so we have taken that posture. And so we feel now that we're on the right track, Mr. Speaker. And so the member for Angliston, you know how to reach me. We speak from time to time. Okay? And I could have given you the answers. All right? I don't want people to mislead you. It doesn't look good coming into this honorable house.
Thank you, Mount Moriah.
With the wrong.
I think, to make a long story short, the minister is confirming the vessel has been laid up for 4 years and has nothing to do with its own steam. It's to do with a grounding situation and it's being laid up for 4 years. That's all I said. I mean,
I,
that was correct.
I think the member said was very clear as to why
Why?
he said its own steam. I don't know what that means, its own steam. As many. The chair recognizes the member for Bain and Grandstown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for being a referee. Stop it. That's because I'm the last person for the night. Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the industrious people of Bain and Grandstown to impart my invaluable contribution to the legislation being debated in this honorable House of Assembly. Mr. Speaker, there are enough people in this House and outside of this House who elucidate negativity with regards to the government's performance in office. In that light, I need not join the wagon. In this time of economic turmoil and difficulty faced by thousands of Bahamians, what they need now more than ever before is hope, courage, good news towards a future that they can believe and trust in. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, I will not venture to talk about the portfolio of tourism and aviation in this presentation. My minister and I have agreed that I will leave all the bells and whistles for him when he shares with the Bahamian people tomorrow during his great grand presentation. Mr. Speaker, as I have had the opportunity to do privately, I wish to do publicly, and that is to thank the member for Seabreeze for her service and for her service to community and country. As the then only female in the cabinet, I know she held her own and represented women and girls with class, dignity, and integrity. The FNM has always believed that the advancement and promotion of women and girls in this country is not merely a decision, but it is an obligation. It has been my honor and privilege to serve with the member for Seabreeze in this honorable House. You have set a standard of par excellence that many could be proud of. I wish to take the liberty on behalf of the Free National Movement and that of our Prime Minister to once again thank the member for Seabreeze for her service to community and country. We thank you. We thank you for being a strong Black woman of character, integrity, and virtue. And we thank you. We thank all women and girls in this country for lending you as one of their voice to the national conversation and deliberation of this nation for the advancement of women and girls. Mr. Speaker, I won't be long, but I intend to be strong.
Watch it now.
May it please the Honorable Speaker. As is customary, we meet in this place at the end of each fiscal year to deliberate, elucidate, and to facilitate the budget mandate of the sitting government for and on behalf of the Bahamian people. We owe it to them to produce a budget that is fair, comprehensive, forward-looking, and sustainable. Our nation and the world at large stands at a crossroad due to the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. We have watched in shock as first world countries fumbled the ball and were knocked off their economic feet by COVID-19 pandemic. If someone had told me that the Bahamas would experience two major disasters back to back, I perhaps would have been the first to refute their unrealistic projections. For a country as small as ours, with less than 400,000 people, to have our second and third economic engines, namely Grand Bahama and Abaco, obliterated by Hurricane Dorian, compounded by the devastating global impact of COVID-19, means that the lives of thousands of Bahamians will never be the same. This unpredictable and uncontrollable reality that we as a country find ourselves in means indeed that for many, their lives, the life they live, and the life they used to enjoy prior, means that many may never live the life they enjoyed prior. But together, hand in hand, we can build the life they desire going forward to build back even better. Hence, the accelerated Bahamas recovery plan, bolted down and supported by this 2021-2022 budget. No amount, Mr. Speaker, of distraction by the opposition and political pundits can penetrate the sound boundary and barrier of economic protection, economic empowerment, and economic sustainability that has been deeply rooted in this budget for all Bahamians. Mr. Speaker, nobody, and I repeat, nobody takes a crippling blow more than the poor people in our over-the-hill communities when we play politics rather than good governance. I am often taken aback, Mr. Speaker, when I hear those on the other side say that the Free National Movement government is not for the poor people and that the Progressive Liberal Party government is the government for the poor man. Mr. Speaker, one need only to check the record and check the facts, and it will show that at each and every budget under this administration have had a clear, bold, and progressive gains and opportunity for the poor people and young people in this country. Mr. Speaker, in the then 2017-2018 budget presentation, fresh off of the 35-4 victory mandate from the Bahamian people, which saw the governing Progressive Liberal Party fall like a lightning bolt, this government brought a budget of $5 million investment for the implementation of the Over-the-Hill Partnership Initiative, directly focusing our efforts on bringing relief for the poor and marginalized people in this country. In just 4 years, Mr. Speaker, 4 years, from 2017 to 2021, this government has provided more economic empowerment for poor people in our inner city communities than the PLP has ever done for poor people in 40 years. 4 versus 40, Mr. Speaker. In 4 years. This, Mr. Speaker, and I want them to remember that 4 versus 40. They're going to hand it on the campaign trail, Mr. Speaker. 4 versus 40. Mr. Speaker, I speak from experience and can give first-hand account, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, as a resident of being in Grantstown, and secondly, as the area member of parliament. In 2018, this administration adjusted the 2018-2019 budget to compensate for revenue shortfall of $4.2 million to prepare for the implementation of the Economic Empowerment Zone Bill, which made inner city communities, Mr. Speaker, which are poor people areas, a tax-free zone. For those among us, the vulnerable and less fortunate in our society, we have been responding to their needs from day one. In my capacity as the area representative for Bean and Grantstown, I've ensured that at each turn there was a voice and a vote at the table for and on behalf of young people and poor people in this country. My work as a poor people member of parliament, Mr. Speaker, speaks for itself. Many can recall when I was terminated in 2018 for voting against my own government increase in value-added tax. As I said back then, and I say today, I did it for and on behalf of the poor people in this country. When I say that this government has done more for poor people in 4 years than the PLP has ever done in 40 years, I speak of economic empowerment, Mr. Speaker. The belief that a government should be in the business of teaching a man how to fish and not merely giving him a fish from day one. The Economic Empowerment Zone Bill did just that. It taught people in our inner city communities how to fish. Moreover, the Economic Empowerment Zone Bill, instituted by this F&M government, took the knees of the poor people neck. Under this administration, in poor communities like mine that have been in Grantstown, we have waived business license fees to the tune of $90,000. We have canceled real property tax to the tune of $3.1 million, given duty-free exemptions and concessions for building materials, business vehicles, tuck shops inventory, and instituted the VAT holiday on school supplies. And now in this budget, Mr. Speaker, we have even instituted the VAT holiday for materials needed for the current Atlantic hurricane season. This is what you call, Mr. Speaker, a government for the people, by the people, and with the people. Budgets like this provide the perfect opportunity to level the playing field for all Bahamians, specifically the poor and marginalized Bahamians. Mr. Speaker, it brought such joy to my heart when I saw the number of young people in Bean and Grantstown who got their $2,500 and $5,000 grants from the Small Business Development Center, Mr. Speaker, instituted by this government to start up their own businesses. Some 50 young people, and the Prime Minister spoke to it in his contribution as well. Some 50 young people in the over-the-hill community graduated from a special cohort aimed directly at residents in the over-the-hill community. And as a result, some 142 jobs were created, Mr. Speaker, a total business turnover of $4.8 million produced by people in our inner city community, Mr. Speaker. Poor people being empowered by this F&M government. People in our over-the-hill communities are producing these kinds of results and are living the realities. Finally, Mr. Speaker, finally, the poor people and young people in our country are no longer getting left out of the equations. Opportunities are being afforded to Bahamians from all walks of life. The black, the white, the rich, the poor, all Bahamians, Mr. Speaker. The Small Business Development Center is fulfilling a crucial need in our country as it is bridging the gap between the haves and the have-nots. Even Cat Island getting it. Mr. Speaker, my being born in a poor family should not be a poverty sentence for the rest of my life. Poor people and young people have brilliant ideas. The only thing we lack is the resources to make our dreams a reality. For far too long, successive governments have merely focused on those whose last name brings with them the backing of political power or the almighty dollar. But economies thrive when small and medium-sized businesses are prioritized and empowered through concessions and tax breaks that help carry the load of smaller communities and low-skilled workers. We must continue to do all within our power to ensure that we further protect small and medium-sized businesses and that we engender the spirit of entrepreneurship to load shed the bloated government sector. More young people today, Mr. Speaker, prefer to be their own boss rather than to work for the government. Young people are only looking for a fair shot. We don't want handouts nor sympathy. Young people want opportunity, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I recommit and commit my efforts to the advancement of poor people and young people in this country, Mr. Speaker. And so I perhaps want to throw out a challenge to our Prime Minister that in this upcoming term, if it permits, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we should have at least one young person, at least 35 years or younger, on every single government appointed board. Mr. Speaker, we can do it. We can at least appoint one young person, 35 years or younger, on each of our government appointed boards, Mr. Speaker. Succession planning is important. Young people want to feel a part of the equation, Mr. Speaker. We want to feel as if our voice and our vote and our opinion matter in a country that matters to us. We all have to live in this country, Mr. Speaker. So let's build this country together. Anytime, Mr. Speaker, I often say, Mr. Speaker, that progress for young people anywhere is progress for young people everywhere. And in 2019, Mr. Speaker, because of the work of the Small Business Development Center, Benjamin Davis, a 22-year-old student at the University of the Bahamas, secured a $200,000 capital funding for his Drive Green car rental company, Mr. Speaker. A young man with a vision and a dream who only needed the capital for his life and his legacy to never be the same. Young people, progress equals success. What I am saying, Mr. Speaker, is simply this. Our nation will not merely be judged by the many anchor projects our country can build, but by the success of our nation's youth. Our nation will not merely be judged by the many anchor projects our country can build, but by the success of our nation youth. We have to invest more in young people and in youth organizations that train, empower, and equip young people to develop into good, moral, decent men and women of society. Youth programs such as Youth Against Violence, a program that I've been a proud product of, the Youth Empowerment Program, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force Rangers, Boys Brigade, Girls Guide, Junior Achievers, and the many others, Mr. Speaker. They deserve our country's investment and financial support. These youth organizations should not be housing cookouts and fundraisers just to support and empower young people who are the future and now of our country, Mr. Speaker. But our nation can find millions and millions to build infrastructure and block and mortar that can crumble in the blink of an eye, as we have seen in Hurricane Dorian. But no greater investment can be invested than that in young people. Mr. Speaker, I believe that greater focus needs to be placed on the rehabilitation of offenders. I am tired, Mr. Speaker, of being sick and tired of seeing young black men who are arrested and jailed for small amounts of marijuana on the road, face roadblocks and obstacles, Mr. Speaker, at every turn. Either their inability to get a job due to a criminal record that says in possession of dangerous drugs with intent to supply, or they are being consistently stopped and harassed by the police because they have a criminal record. The Rehabilitation of Offenders Committee should move with a sense of urgency, Mr. Speaker, to bring about the kind of liberation and freedom from what I deem a curse on young men lives, Mr. Speaker. Moreover, structured programs, Mr. Speaker. But even before I get to the structured programs, Mr. Speaker, as relates to the Rehabilitation of Offenders Committee, I saw where a few individuals had received their records, expunged. Mr. Speaker, I am all for equal opportunity, and I note that some of the individuals, or the majority, Mr. Speaker, were in their 50s and almost 60-year-old, Mr. Speaker. But I believe the real work have to be done with our teenagers, those who have records who are 16, 17, 18, early 20s, Mr. Speaker, whose life is still ahead of them. That's where the focus needs to be placed, Mr. Speaker. That's what we are in governance for, to better people's lives, the poor people, the young people, all Bahamians. That's why we speak in this honorable House of Assembly, to enact policies that benefit and change people's lives. So let's get to work, Mr. Speaker. Moreover, structured programs that help to reintegrate offenders back into the society need to be created and properly financed to achieve the highest degree of success. Young people deserve a fair shot. Progress for young people anywhere is progress for young people everywhere. Mr. Speaker, it was Nelson Mandela who penned the famous quote that education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. My community of Bean and Grantstown sits right on the border of the University of the Bahamas. Yet, just 2% of my people actually graduated or attended that institution. But Mr. Speaker, in 2019, in the 2019 budget and the Resilient Bahamas budget, this government allocated a $21 million investment in education for both the University of the Bahamas and the Bahamas Technical Vocational Institute. And I am pleased that today, thousands of young people are attending UB and BTVI free of charge. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, we have allocated some 1.5 million to hire college graduates ages 18 to 35 years old in various government ministries. That is a step in the right direction. And I will hope, Mr. Speaker, that they will be properly integrated and given real opportunities to make a valuable contribution to their society. This kind of investment and commitment to education should be commended and supported. In order to build a nation and develop a highly functioning society, education plays a major role in the advancement of a country's human capital. My grandmother often say to me, Mr. Speaker, Travis, get a good education, young man. So no matter what they take from you, they cannot take away your education, your knowledge. Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to I was pleased to watch just 2 years ago with my grandmother in the front room, just 2 years ago, the live virtual televised graduation ceremony of the University of the Bahamas, where I graduated from, making me the first in my family to attend and graduated at UB. Mr. Speaker, similarly, vocational programs that promote the advancement of technical skills are today becoming the fast preferred choice for employers who are looking for specific skill set among potential employees. So I want to publicly encourage more young people to take up vocational trades, such as the plumbing, the carpentry, electrical, masonry, internet technology, or IT, and the many others. As we rebuild post-Hurricane Dorian and the COVID-19 pandemic, Bahamian ingenuity and creativity in the workforce will be heavily dependent upon to build a more robust future. Mr. Speaker, the Over the Hill Partnership Initiative hired some 41 local residents in 2018 to the tune of $400,000 over a 3-year period to achieve its mandate of transforming our inner city community. They were assigned to various zones and businesses within the community. They worked with locals to enforce laws against illegal dumping and demolishing of abandoned buildings and graffiti parks and criminal hotspots. I wish to salute the work carried out by them and thank them for their continued service to our Over the Hill community. I believe that no greater work can be rendered or no greater service can be rendered than that of service to the community. And I want to encourage the community, and let's do our part to keep our environment clean. The Southern Recreation Grounds, Mr. Speaker, in Beantown has been completely transformed and outfitted with state-of-the-art swing sets, green space, basketball court, exercising machine, domino, chess, and ping pong tables. The playground has rubberized safety flooring, LED solar lights, handicap access to the bathroom, booths for concession stands, power outlets throughout the park, with beautiful landscaping and parking. This major transformation, Mr. Speaker, falls under the Over the Hill Partnership Initiative and represents the completion of phase 1 of a master plan. Currently, the softball field is under renovation and is expected to have an on-time completion. These kinds of places are unique to people in our inner city areas. They hold special sentimental values that reminds us of the community from whence we've come and the trials and obstacles we've overcome for our freedom, justice, and equality. Today, such grounds are used for cookouts and other fundraising events for community at large, as well as basketball tournaments and other sporting and youth initiatives. Mr. Speaker, again, 4 versus 40. What this government has done in 4 years versus what the PLP has done in 40 years. I often challenge the people in the community, Mr. Speaker, walk around, and if you can show me just one building or one infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, built in our Over the Hill community under the then or under the PLP government, Mr. Speaker. But in 4 years, if you walk by that brand new state-of-the-art park built under the Over the Hill program that they say is failing the community, you will see the name Travis Robinson, Member of Parliament. 4 versus 40. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to announce and to report that for the first time in history, Mr. Speaker, in being in Grantstown, 3 corners, and specifically Quaco Street, Bowler Street, and Finless Close, will now have underground plumbing infrastructure to provide clean running water to residents for the first time in history. 4 versus 40. Some 64 individuals that live through these corners, Mr. Speaker, will now have access to clean running water for the very first time. The Over the Hill program, in conjunction with the Water and Sewage Corporation, spearheaded by yours truly, the area representative, along with the task force and the Over the Hill unit in the Office of the Prime Minister, led an aggressive agenda to bring about these kinds of access to clean drinking running water that each and every human being deserves, Mr. Speaker. And the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals speaks to access to water and clean water, Mr. Speaker. We are fulfilling even that. This Over the Hill program has been working from day one, Mr. Speaker. It has been the brainchild of our Prime Minister, Dr. Hubert Minnis. he brought this vision into reality and put his money where his mouth was to get the job done. Every other month, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister would host a stocktake meeting to follow up and drive the process to ensure that we were not slacking on our ride and ensure that the process to bring relief to the poor people in our country was realized. Despite all the challenges, Mr. Speaker, that he had to manage in his capacity as Prime Minister, he has always made it a priority to get an update on the progress of Over the Hill and give his support and endorsement wherever and whenever we needed it. And so I wish to publicly thank the Prime Minister for his commitment to young people and poor people in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly believe that the full development and actualization of the Bahamas cannot merely be achieved through the limited focus of Nassau and New Providence. The Family Islands play a pivotal role in the development of our economy and sustainability. The Accelerated Bahamas Plan, along with this budget, Mr. Speaker, has placed the necessary focus on the Family Islands that has been lacking for quite some time. Islands in our southern Bahamas will now join the ranks of our inner city in Nassau, making them a tax-free zone. Congratulations to my sister from Michael. This announcement during the Prime Minister's contribution is certainly a welcoming announcement for all Bahamians and one that we all can be proud of. Our Family Islands have always been the missing piece in our economic puzzle. The $65 million construction of airport in Exuma, Long Island, Eleuthera is an excellent show of commitment to further drive commerce to and from our Family Islands. Accessibility to our out islands has always been a long overdue process. This administration has taken the bold and progressive steps in many of the out islands by providing the much needed care and attention. From the construction of new roads, bridges, community centers, passport office, health clinics, hotels and schools, and among other things, the level of investment in the Family Island development under this administration is unparalleled to any other, and it deserves commendation. This is how we build back better, through inclusion, involving all stakeholders and people of interest from every island in the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, as the youngest elected member of Parliament in this honorable House, I am always mindful of the dual responsibility I carry to represent young people and poor people in this country. Because of the generosity afforded to me by the great people of Bain and Grantstown, who elected me to be their voice in this honorable House. The advancement of young people in this country is crucial. We have to continue to provide opportunities of empowerment and self-development for them. That is why the government's land initiative, which will provide land in Western New Providence for young professionals, is forward-thinking and a welcome announcement by all young people. Land ownership is perhaps the single greatest achievement that a person can have. We know it all too well, Mr. Speaker, how difficult it is to qualify and acquire land in this country, especially for a young person, fresh in the job market, just trying to get their footing and build a family for his or herself. Reasonably priced land appear to be a thing of the past, particularly if you're trying to purchase land in the West or the East. So for the government to launch this program is yet another step to leveling the playing field and closing the gap between the haves and the have-nots. So that's why, Mr. Speaker, I take opposition when I hear individuals and particularly policymakers, Mr. Speaker, jumping in the way to try to block access to land, Mr. Speaker, for young people in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Mr. Speaker. Anytime it comes for opportunity for young people or poor people in this country to get something, you can rest assured that someone is going to jump up and oppose that opportunity, Mr. Speaker. But Prime Minister, I want you to know on behalf of young people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas that we support the initiative, we want your initiative, and we need this land initiative. So, Mr. Prime Minister, despite the noise in the market, we say press on, press on. Don't slacken your ride, press on. So many young people feel stifled and restricted by the multiplicity of rules and regulations, paperwork, and everything else that seem to pull us further and further away from living the common loftier goal that we sing about in our national anthem. There are those young people, Mr. Speaker, who have been saving for years and years and years, just trying to pull themselves up and to make this country a real home for them, where a hard day's work will give them an equal hard day's pay, where merit is respected and not who you know. The full rollout of this land program for young professionals can be the genesis of something great in this country. Once it is administered fairly, transparently, and in order. Mr. Speaker, as I bring my contribution to a close, as a young black boy from being in Grantstown, growing up in a community and running around the streets barefoot, playing poking and catching freezers and shooting marbles in the dirt, it has been my greatest honor. It has been the greatest honor of my young adult life to be of service to the people in the community that I grow up in and still live today. In a matter of months, Mr. Speaker, whenever the election is called, I will once again be on the ballot for another term. I am optimistic and humbled, Mr. Speaker, that I will be returning to this honorable house. But, Mr. Speaker, when I return, Mr. Speaker, I am equally optimistic and humble that I will be sitting somewhere on that side of the bench, Mr. Speaker. I hope that my representation thus far has made you, the people of Bain and Grantstown, proud of me. The work we have done and the work we will complete together in the following election. Over the years, our community's participation in the Bahama House program saw 280 residents collectively graduate from the program and gain the necessary certification to work within the tourism and hospitality industry. We launched the Bain and Grantstown Center for Academic Development and Enrichment, which saw, Mr. Speaker, over 480 residents over the past 4 years receive certificates and certifications in entrepreneurship and small business development, e-commerce and internet marketing, and reception services. I was elated to present all 480 of you with your certificates over the years, which will allow hundreds of you to further develop your skills and to land jobs in your specialized area of study. More than 87 students who participated in the Bain and Grantstown Virtual School Great Cliff campus. I am proud of each and every one of you for the work you have put in to achieve the great results you have today. Mr. Speaker, when COVID-19 pandemic caused businesses and schools to close, we were uniquely challenged in Bain and Grantstown. My office sprung into action and launched a feed-in program during the early stages of the pandemic. providing over 2,713 bags of groceries for the poor in my area. I set up a daily free breakfast and tea program on all 4 parks in the community, Mr. Speaker, for 5 consecutive weeks, feeding a whopping 250 people each day for 5 weeks. I facilitated the buy-in in bulk program, where over 200 residents pooled their resources and bought canned goods and other grocery items, which was successfully shared among 510 households in Maine and Grantstown. We partnered together, even to this day, to make it through this global pandemic. Mr. Speaker, no one in Maine and Grantstown could forget our inaugural Maine and Grantstown Street Festival in 2019, which was a smashing success. Over 1,500 residents attended throughout the day, and hundreds of local vendors benefited from the commerce induced from this event put on by their area member of parliament. Mr. Speaker, there is much more that I can talk about, but may the work I have done speak for me. Mr. Speaker, it is my honor and privilege on behalf of the poor people and young people in this Commonwealth of the Bahamas to support this 2021-2022 budget.
Thank you, member for being in Grantstown. As many. Chair recognizes the member for West, Grand Bahama, and Bimini. Chair recognizes the member for Southern Shores.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I move that the business of the House suspends until 3 p.m. Tuesday, the 15th of June, 2021.
Second. Being moved and seconded that the business of this House suspends to 3 p.m. the 15th day of June 2021. As many members that are in favor of being seated, those opposing will rise. The business of this House is thereby suspended until 3 p.m. Tuesday, the 15th day of June 2021.
All right.